The recording has now started. Okay. I want to welcome everybody. I just want to remove the annotations off the screen and stop people from annotating on the screen. There's a time for annotations. I just want to stop the permissions for annotations. Sorry. Okay. Welcome everybody. This is a CoC Completion Session. Now, the ECA has been running this for many, many years. Parts of this presentation have their roots back all the way back to 2010 when the regulations were just coming into effect. So the information shared is relevant. And because we partnered up with Bravo Scan throughout the cover to cover series, one of the things that did arise from that session was that the completion of the CoC really needs to be addressed. So we decided to have this special session. Just some rules with today. Please try and keep all queries and stuff to the chat because there is quite a lot of people online. Additionally, if you struggle with any audio or video, either check your settings at the bottom right corner. If you're on a mobile, you just tap the screen bottom, you'll see this options menu will arise. You can just adjust your audio and video settings there. Sometimes it is down to permissions, but you can also adjust your audio volumes, everything by just going to the little arrow next to your mute button, audio settings, and you can increase and decrease your mic volume as well as your output audio volume. Now, a lot of times it'll be on audio, so sometimes it'll fluctuate and everything. Mine I've kept constant so that it's at a constant volume, and the only differentiating factor would be so that my distance from the mic. Okay, I want to thank everybody for joining. I want to thank Leon and everybody who made the time to avail themselves on a Saturday for this session. The ECA is proud to hear this. You must remember one thing, the information that you're going to be shared is for your betterment. It's to cover your backside. It's to make sure that you as a contractor issue the CoC to the best of your legal ability. As we go through today, you will learn a lot of things that you might not have known or a lot of things that you would have done incorrectly over the years. There's a lot of opinion around CoCs. And unfortunately, the regulations do not give you a guide in how to complete it. It just gives you a list. Here's the thing with documents that you attach, and then it guides you along how to use this document, not how to complete it. That is where, number one, you rely on your associations and authorities to guide you along that. So that's what we're here for today. We're going to guide you along the technical aspects of the test reports, as well as the legal aspects of the CoC. Just as a brief introduction, my name's Anthony. I'm a regional director at the ECA. My region is the Highveld region. It's basically Joburg and nice belt across South Africa. I'm the largest region in the ECA. The ECA is a registered employers organization. We look after the interests of contractors, and we look after the interests of our members. So if our members do need assistance with interpretation, assistance with guidance, with all of that type of stuff, we do provide it. We provide multiple services all the way from the labor front all the way through to the technical front. Additionally, we're the only registered employers organization in the country, registered with the Department of Labor under the Labor Relations Act. So effectively, as an employer or as a business owner, we negotiate wages on your behalf at the bargaining council. So we're effectively the employers' union to the bargaining council. That's because we're the only registered employers organization. Our representation is quite far and wide. We employ about 65% of the industry. And our representation gets tested yearly. So over the past 75 years that we've been in the industry, we have been a leader on that front and leader in that space. But the ECA is a service-driven organization. We look at serving our members. If you want more information on that, you're free to contact me, and I will gladly send you the information. Alternatively, you can go look at our website and you'll see exactly what it is that we do. I'm going to give over to Leon, who's from BravoScan, the Approved Inspection Authority, who can give us a bit of an introduction to who is BravoScan.
Hello. I think most of the people out there know who I am, unfortunately. BravoScan is an approved inspection authority. We are not there for the interest of the contractor or the client. We are there for the interest of safety. So we choose safety. We don't choose sites. We thought that it would be a great opportunity to join up with ECA to do this, just so that contractors can get to know who we are and that we aren't the boogeyman. Like I say, we are there for safety. And I think most people that know me know that I'm there for safety, and know that BravoScan is there for safety. We aren't there to take anybody's licenses. We are there for safety. I think Ruan is also on this session. Ruan is our compliance officer. I am a technical signatory at BravoScan, and I am a master electrician myself. I have worked in the industry, just like Anthony also. So we also understand the pitfalls and the issues that you as a contractor find out there, and that you have to deal with clients that say certain things. If you work on the geyser, the lights in the lounge stop working. We know all about it. So yeah, Anthony, I think let's begin.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to kick off a bit before I hand over to Leon for the CSE portion, because there's a lot of interpretation differences, and believe me, I want to set this out in the beginning. If there's a difference in interpretation, you are free to have your different interpretation. Deal with it outside of this meeting. If you feel, no, I didn't read it the same way, chat about it after the meeting. Because that opens the doors to possibly either betterment in the description. By all means, if you've got a question, perhaps you don't understand an interpretation, that's different. But if you've got a strong differentiating opinion, come after the meeting and we'll discuss it. Perhaps you can convince me, or I can convince you, or Leon can convince you, or whichever. It's the same thing as if I don't agree with Leon, I'm not going to take him out in public. We're going to deal with it like men and like professionals, and we'll deal with it on our own terms. So if you've got a very strong opinion that, no, I don't agree with that, perfect. Deal with it after the time. Everybody's allowed to have an opinion. And that's unfortunately the way the law is written, in that you can divulge multiple opinions because it's written in a blanket orientated way that it covers multiple different things. So by all means, you can have a differentiating opinion. The only thing that you must remember here is we are here for the interest of safety. And the whole day today, we're going to be looking at 5 specific things. What you are signing off. If I had to ask you the question of what you are signing off, where is installation work? Which parts require documentation? What is a CoC? What is a test report? How do you as a contractor cover your backside? And how do you ensure what gets covered and where and how it gets covered? Those are basically what we're going to be going through today. So I'm hoping that after today, your paperwork takes an exceptional leap and bound. I just want to bring into you one thing. If you leave today, as long as there's a betterment in your paperwork, we have succeeded. Because the most common downfall we see with contractors is, oh, here's a CoC. Yellow page, front and back. Okay, where's the rest of it? And it's because people simply assume that a CoC is just a piece of paper. It is not. And this is something that must be remembered throughout all days, every day, that your paperwork is one of 2 things that defend you for an installation when you're not there. Paperwork is so important because your work normally follows your paperwork. Or vice versa, you do the work and you document what you've done. If your paperwork is crap, your work is crap. Not always, but it tends to happen that way. And I've experienced it countless times as we deal with contractor complaints through the years, and member of the public complaints, where the guy who's done sufficient paperwork can adequately defend himself because he's documented it sufficiently. And a lot of these people have made their paperwork a habit. So their paperwork isn't a burden. Their paperwork is second nature. And that's what you need to do. Practice something for a month. Make it a habit, and you will see. Every single one of us who have ever worked for a new company will get in there, and all of a sudden they've got job card systems that differ from the previous company. They've got a completion letter. They've got this, they've got that. And the thing that you realize is, after a month of being in that company or 2 months of being in that company, the paperwork is a misnomer. You do it as part of your job. So make your paperwork a habit. Yes, paperwork can be hectic, but your paperwork is what's going to save you at the end of the day. Remember, 2 things that defend you is paperwork and labeling. Because either I warn you about the hazard or I document any weird hazard or anything that's out of the norm. Okay. And that's why it's important that when we look at the law and the EIR specifically, we must sometimes look at it with a mindset of documentation that we'd have to complete. And that's the way that I always like to look at it. Where does each document exist? So that we can understand what exactly we are doing. Now, in our industry, we specifically have a hierarchy. And it's like this in any legislated industry. Okay. So your first point of interest, sorry, I'm just going to get my arrows, is to know that above all, the Department of Employment and Labor manages the entire industry. We have a very unique industry in that I think we're one of the only industries in the world that are managed directly by a department. If you go over to UK, if you go over to New Zealand, there's always a body that that governs the industry, because then industry governs industry, and that body is made up of industry role players who govern what industry needs. Because oftentimes government will do things that doesn't make sense to industry. Okay. So government doesn't always represent industry very well. And that's part of what ECA and a couple of role players have been working to over the last few years. And one day we're hoping that it will get to that where we have a body. Instead of having a representation at government, have representation at the body, and the body reports to government. It's a much better system, because if anybody knows, it takes a hell of a long time to change the definition of in the EIR, or it takes a hell of a long time to change the OSH Act and all of that, because they've been trying to do that for the last couple of years. But what isn't slow is changing standards, changing all the things that is industry led. If we take, for example, it's quick for EXA to change their rules, code of conduct and everything, where they can quickly make a correction if there's a problem. But like us, we've got certain problems with the EIR of 2009, and to this day, they still haven't been changed. So just understand that our industry falls under the Department of Employment and Labor, and that includes all of industry. Not only our industry, the next industry, every single part of industry that works on the surface of this country falls under the jurisdiction of the Department of Employment and Labor. Now, I mentioned surface specifically because underground, the DMRE takes responsibility, and they have a separate department and separate responsibilities that come into play. That's why when you go to a mine, this hierarchy doesn't necessarily appear there unless the DMRE has adopted it. They've got the mine engineer who takes authority for that site. The DMRE poses specific rules, all of those type of things. That's why you'll often see there's some mines where they don't apply SANS 101 for 2 underground. There's some mines where they do. Some mines that will require you to apply the electrical installation rules, some not. But that's all up to the DMRE. Okay. Now, the Department of Employment and Labor has appointed the Occupational Health and Safety Act to govern work done in industries. So the scope of the document is about safety while doing work. If you are cleaning somebody's house, you are doing work. If you as a contractor come to somebody's house to do work, you are at work. If you as a contractor get an employee to come to you, he is at work. So each has a responsibility of safety while at work. And the Occupational Health and Safety Act deals with that specifically. Now, underneath the Occupational Health and Safety Act, it appoints 22 different regulations, if I remember correctly. It's either 21 or 22. My brain fails me at this moment, but it's either 21 or 22 that they've appointed. And the specific ones that we tend to look at is called the EIR, the Electrical Installation Regulations, because that governs the installation industry. Naturally, there are other regulations, general machinery regulations, general safety regulations, electrical machinery regulations, construction regulations, and various other regulations, environmental regulations that we would have to take into account. But our main focus is the electrical installation regulations, because that's where our work is documented. Okay. But it doesn't mean we say, construction regulations don't apply. You have to go and verify according to the scope of those regulations, Are you working in that industry? Pressure regulations governs gas and plumbing guys. And they've got specific requirements. So if you want to go fiddle there, go read there before you go fiddle there. Because you might be liable under those regulations. Okay. Yeah, just as a note, just keep your video off for bandwidth purposes. It does help save bandwidth, FYI. Okay, so the electrical installation regulations then goes further. And it appoints specific standards to those specific areas, and those get adopted underneath Section 44 of the Act. Now, Section 44 of the Act says the minister can impart the power of, can make standards enforceable, if I have to summarize it the best. Now, as soon as standards become enforceable, then it means it becomes compulsory. So if you go look and you follow the hierarchy chain, the OSHA Act and the EIR specify that you must follow SANS 101 for 2. What is the scope of SANS 101 for 2? It's low voltage electrical installations, but they also adopted a separate standard, which is 101 for 2-2, medium voltage installations. They've also adopted another standard, 10108, hazardous locations installations. All of these are legislated documents that are under the schedule of the Act. Okay. And remember, I'm explaining to you from the eye of an electrician. If you want to go from the eye point of a lawyer, we had that during the cover-to-cover session. But I'm explaining it from the eye point of an electrician and with a specific focus on where we're finding documents. So when we look at specific documents, the OSH Act doesn't have specific documents, it's got specific requirements. So it'll tell you, you need to ensure safety of X, Y, Z. And it says you prove this safety either by mitigating the risk, documenting the risks, or you take as far as reasonably practicable, and the word is practicable, it means you can practice it, that you ensure safety of everybody who's working on site. The EIR does prescribe one document, and that is the cover that we all like to call CoC. So out of the EIR, we get this reference to what is known as a CoC. Now, it's very important that you understand that a CoC is not a technical document. It's effectively a safety affidavit that you're signing off. It's a declaration of safety. That's why when you read Annexure 1, the CoC, it states there, what is the site? How have you assessed the site? You as the registered person, what do you declare? Contractor, what do you declare? User, have you received the document? That's all that's on the document. It's nothing technical. It's legislative declarations. And if you actually read those declarations, like we're going to do later, you'll realize how much you're signing your life away. Because as soon as you've declared as a contractor that you've applied the Occupational Health and Safety Act, you've applied this top document in its entirety. That means the construction regulations have been taken into account. Where applicable, the machinery regulations have been taken into account. The general machinery regulations have been taken into account. That's what you're signing responsibility that you have investigated that as a contractor. It's only when we get down to here. Now, very important to realize before we get to the technical side of things is from here to here. Every single statement is all-encompassing. That means it covers every single voltage, every single type of voltage, AC, DC. It doesn't mention, it doesn't specify. It just goes straight to the point and says, this is an electrical installation, be it a 12-volt DC installation, this is an installation. This is the definition of an installation, apply it. This is the limitations, apply it. Which is very important when we look at how PV has come into the industry and everything, brought in an integrated supply point, all of those type of things. That you need to apply the regulations. Does the EIR include PV? Yes. Is it part of the installation? Yes. If you'd like proof of that, I'll show it to you later of how it's included. But the fact of the matter is, from here to here, everything is a blanket statement. Only when we get to the technical do we start seeing, AC is mentioned, rules for DC is mentioned, this is mentioned, that is mentioned. And you must understand that majority of the stuff mentioned here will be based on popularity. For example, home automation was popular, and then it was brought into the code to be regulated. PV started, and then in 2017, they adopted specific rules for PV. Under 712 and SAN 60364. And the documentation that they prescribe follows that narrative as well. Where the documentation that they prescribe comes in the format of a test report, or if you look at other safety standards, if you look at other safety standards, it comes in the format of a safety report. Because now you are taking the technical details and putting it onto a verification report. And these are legislated documents. Well, you'll see some of them a bit later as we go through the CoC. The most common of which is the one that's found in 101.2. And everybody moans about the 101.2 that is not adequate, blah, 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 blah. But everybody forgoes the reason and the intention behind the document. Because anybody who's issued the 4-pager or the 6-pager previously will find the 1-pager very lacking. But it's because they didn't read the change of legislation, the change of standards behind it that enforced this. So all your technical documentation is documented on your test report. That's where voltages come in, DC comes in. I count how many circuits I have, how many of this, how many of that, blah, 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 blah. I do agree that parts of the document aren't explained in the full entirety, but a lot of the documents you document accordingly. Now, looking at this as a triangle, which is my favorite, we must always understand that one is more important than the other one because they lead into it. The Act has the least amount of information, but it's the most important. It's right on top. Regulations have more information, and safety standards have even more information. I always like to say that there's a fourth block underneath here of what I like to call all of the safety recommendations, instructions, etc. So that would include your manufacturer specifications, your own internal specifications, everything. That's got the most specific information. Now, the problem we have in industry, and I see it day in and day out as contractors like to argue, is that they take this contract, this triangle, and they simply focus on the safety standards. Forgetting the regulations, forgetting the Act, They focus on the safety standards. And I've seen this in many arguments, specifically the argument surrounding the DC and single phase scenario, in that everybody focuses on the safety standards, but they forget that the safety standards has even more importance and more information stacked on top of it that have more importance than it. So when you simply focus on the safety standards and you focus on that test report without taking into consideration of the regulations and of the act, you create a very unstable industry, which is what we see daily. Okay. You must remember, each thing has its place and each document has a specific purpose. And you as an electrician sometimes have to put on this I have to read the law hat and actually know the regulations quite well. This should be your base of what you should know. You should know that, listen here, the act says this is what I do. Okay. And when we look at the law specifically and the safety standards, there's a couple of things that we must take note of. In the EIR, the electrical installations regulations, the CoC, is a certificate with a unique number. So it must always have a unique number issued by the chief inspector or person appointed by the chief inspector in the form of Annexure 1. So you're always looking, when you reference the CoC, apologies, for Annexure 1. Okay. Annexure 1 is your CoC. So if anybody ever asks you, how many pages is a CoC? What would your answer be? Somebody in the chat. If I had to ask you, how many pages is a CoC? Always 1. CoC is 1 page. Because that's your legislated document. Now, very important, and this is going to guide us later on how to complete a CoC, is that it is issued by a registered person. So it's not issued by a barmaid, your API, all of that. It's issued by a registered person in respect of an electrical installation or part of an electrical installation. So you issue it either for the whole installation or part thereof, based on the definition. Then it goes further in subregulation 9, which is your responsibility as a registered person, and says the registered person may issue a CoC accompanied by the required test report. Not a required test report, the required test report. Why does it specify the required test report? Because that test report has to go through the hands of the chief inspector. That one pager that everybody's mining went through the hands of Tibor Susano at that stage, before his retirement. So the chief inspector has to have a hand in the test report. Okay. And when a massive change comes in the test report, you must know that the chief inspector has to be okay with it. We can't just change it willy-nilly. So it's accompanied by the required test report. And it specifies the required test report because there's multiple test reports. If I do a medium voltage installation, there's a safety report for that. Okay. So you must always be aware that you have to attach the required test report. What you attach after that is your own indaba. But your minimum focus is to do that minimum test report accurately, and if required, add on additional stuff. And this is the focus that a lot of documentation has taken these days, where they give you minimal information and you attach, you effectively make a portfolio around it. Okay. So only after having satisfied himself or herself by means of an inspection and test, that new, existing, or new part to an existing, choose your type of installation. You'll find this on page 1, on Annexure 1 of the Certificate of Compliance. Now, when you look specific to the test report, there's certain rules that are documented in 8.6.1. And some of these rules have changed. Namely, when I do tests, I must conduct all tests and complete a copy of the test report for each DB and supply, normal and alternative. That rule has been on there since the 4-page document. If you go look at the 4-page document, right above the testing, and in section 8.6, it might be 8.7. If you go to the older documents, it'll state they conduct all tests and complete a copy of tests for each DB and each supply, normal and alternative supplies. So the principle you must understand here is as follows. I like my blockies. Where's my blockies? If I have municipal supply feeding an electrical installation, so I've got council, ESCOM, whoever's feeding this installation. Council is probably a closer name, it's acceptable. How many test reports are required as a minimum for that? In the chat. Council feeding an installation. You've got 1 DB. Now I go and I expand this DB, and I say, from this DB, I'm feeding a pool DB, any form of a distribution center, and I'm adding a sub DB or sub point of control. You use the correct terminology. How many test reports would be required then? 2 would be the correct answer, because I'm verifying whether or not this DB has a safe supply and this DB has a safe supply. Now I go and I say, okay, as a mains alternative, I'm going to be connecting a generator to the supply. How many test reports are required then? Four would be the correct answer, because you're testing each DB and each supply. So you'll have an installation main DB from council, main DB from generator, sub DB from council, sub DB from generator, if it is affected. Naturally, if your sub DB is not fed from generator, doesn't have a secondary supply, you would have 3. But if your generator is feeding everything, you will have 4 test reports here, because you'll have to verify your generator at both the main DB and sub DB. Okay. That's what it's saying. Each distribution board and supply. Now we go and we say, yeah, no. You know, that generator takes too much petrol. I'm going to add something else. And this something else is going to save me a hell of a lot of money in the long run. But it's also going to supply electricity to my installation. Now I decide I'm going to do an inverter installation as well. Okay, now I've got nice backup with batteries. How many supplies do I have? 3 on 2 DBs. How many test reports? 6 would be the correct answer. Okay. Now, very important to realize is that SAN 60364 stipulates when you're doing a PV installation, it starts at the PV panel and it ends on the consumer installation or at the supply point. That means that if I've got PV added, what happens to my electrical installation? How many test reports would I need then? 7. And I'll show you this in a little bit more detail later. Naturally, this can change dependent if this only feeds part of the installation, that feeds part of the installation, this has been disconnected, whichever. Irrelevant of the supply, you test each supply to the installation it affects. You have to. That's why you always have a normal test report. If I'm adding panels, it's going to affect the output of my inverter. I need to make sure that the output there doesn't affect my installation negatively as well. Any change to that installation or change to that supply is going to affect the installation in one way or another. That is why we verify. And this is very prevalent when we deal with a generator specifically. These generators. We all like to put these fishing generators in people's houses, and SAN says, no, you're not allowed to use a VOV. Now, what most people won't realize is, as soon as you utilize that center tap type inverter generator, your earth leakage stops operating. The only way you could verify that and make sure that it complies with that is if you have conducted the necessary tests on that installation. Did I verify that my earth leakage trips? Yes, from council. Did I verify it from my generator? Yes. So my house and all of its participants are protected adequately because the safety devices operate safely. Okay. Then it goes further. Additional tests may be required for large installations and where alternative supplies are installed. So you might have to do some special tests, is what it's saying. Or you might have to do additional testing. For example, earth resistance when you've got additional supplies. Something that you normally don't test, but it becomes a requirement as soon as that environment's around it. For the testing of installations in hazardous or specialized locations, see the additional test reports for hazardous locations and medical locations. And then here's 2 parts that have specifically changed. Okay. Previously, this year said for cases where multiple tests are required. It used to say document the worst case on the test report, and that's where it left it. They changed it in 2020 to stipulate the following. For cases where multiple tests are required, such as earth resistances, so the value of your earth resistance wire, protection device ratings, insulation resistances, etc., record all those applicable to the installation under test and attach them to the test report. Oh my word, so they're actually calling for additional documentation here. They're saying, yes, here's the minimum document, and you'll only really be issuing that minimum document if you do something small like install a plug or whatever. But where you do test, and there are multiple readings for bonding, earth resistance, everything, then you would have to document those tests. Now, if you've got a fancy tester, I always like to call out Leon because he's got a fancy tester. his tester will document all of his tests that he's just recorded, and he can do a printout from his instrument. But if you've got an old school tester, you might have to copy it manually and do it by hand. But the requirement is there. Record your readings. Record your results. Now, there's multiple formats you can do that in. We've got recommendations from the ECA side. And the reality is that you must attach additional requirements. So all your additional recordings, all of them. It's become compulsory. In the case of a failure in any test, the test shall be repeated after the fault has been rectified. So, for example, let's say, prime example is I do my earth leakage test and it just passes and it trips on like 16 milliamps or whatever and it passes. And then I go to my earth resistance test and I measure that and it's out of scope. Now the earth resistance test would affect the tripping of my earth leakage, and it might make it trip better. So I'd have to repeat my earth leakage test after I've repaired my earth resistance test, for example. That's basically what it's saying. So repeated other tests that might have been influenced by that fault shall also be repeated. Now, when we look at documentation, this is what we discussed slightly earlier and showed you where it came from. If I've got a supply authority supplying, I must have, this is a normal installation, you would minimally have 2 test reports for it. When you've got alternative supplies, you've got still a normal installation there if you cover the alternative supply, and you would attach additional test reports testing the alternative supply. Okay? With PV, you've just got this big yellow section here at the bottom that's additional. So what would you do? You'd still do your CoC as if you had if you had a supply with an alternative supply, but you would attach additional tests for this portion here. Now you are free to do this test report, the standardized test report, and utilize it for this portion, but it's not specifically designed for it. You could, as an extension to the alternative supply test report, document them in a format. There is no prescribed test report yet. They are busy designing one in SANS 10142. So not in the current revision of SANS 10142, in the next revision, edition 3.3, you will most certainly have a test report for photovoltaic installations. Okay. But at the moment, we've all got recommended test reports, and that's what we're going to cover a bit later, just so you can see how it relates to the normal test report. And to give you a hint, this test report and that test report are very relatable. The same test supply. You're doing the same test, but you're just doing them specifically. Okay. Now, if you do a partial installation, something you must remember. Now there's an existing CoC, and you're doing addition. You will document your addition on a supplementary certificate. Now you'll have a CoC that covers most of the other installations, and you'll add an additional certificate for the other portions. What's important is Annexure 1 is not issued per supply, it's issued per premises. So I'm doing work on this premises. Okay. So, important things to note. Each supply and DB will require testing and proof of testing for the minimum. Attached instructions, guidance, maintenance information is good practice and protects you, the registered person. The more alternative supply, the more tests must be carried out. So you'll be repeating the test for each supply and document it. What you alter and what you carried out is the work you sign off. I keep getting people that claim, I just installed PV, I didn't alter the installation. So they scratch out the test report and say, nothing here is applicable to me. Now, when you look at this, you're like, okay, but you added effectively 2 circuits, inverter in, inverter out. Additionally, you added a supply. Where do you document that you added these things? Okay. You need to document it. If you move a circuit, you have to verify its safety and document the change accordingly. So if I now take a circuit, for example, that was just fed from council supply, and I decide, okay, I'm making a new DB with both council and generator or council and inverter, I have altered the start point of that circuit. I have to verify the safety of that circuit. Because it's a change to the installation. You might increase resistance, you might increase contact resistance, you might have more switches in place, and it might just affect it negatively. You won't know unless you test. Okay. Now it's Leon's turn to take the lead a bit on the CoC. And how do we complete the CoC? Are you there?
Yeah, hello. I think before we go any further, the purpose of the whole certificate and test report is that if I pick up the paper, or Anthony picks up the paper, or the lawyer picks up the paper, he needs to know what is on that premises. Where is the premises? With a proper description of the installation. So we'll get to that section a little bit later, where Anthony will also handle some of it. So let's start with the annexure 1. Now this is the part that is legislated, as Anthony mentioned, and this thing can land you up in jail. So you need to do it the correct way. First section will be the certificate number. That's where the ECA says there. Anthony, just go over with your pen. Yes. That is where the number is printed on. Each certificate that you issue must have a unique number. So if you buy your certificates from ECA, each one will have its own unique number. If you buy it from ECB, it will have its own number. I'm not going to go into whether you can print your own one, because we saw earlier that the number must be issued by the chief inspector. They did say that you can generate your own, but it's hearsay, I think. Next up, your certificate type. That is the big red circle there. Initial certificate and supplementary certificate. If you are doing the CoC for the entire property, you need to tick initial certificate. Initial is for the entire installation. any additional work on the existing installation will be supplementary. So if there was a solar installation done 5 years ago and there was a certificate issued for that, you will still tick initial certificate for the entire existing installation because the PV is not a new section anymore. You cannot issue a supplementary certificate if there is no initial certificate. And your initial certificate can only be on the entire property. So if there is no certificate on the installation, you cannot do an addition to the installation. The installation needs to have a certificate before you can do an addition or a supplementary certificate. On the next line, it says there supplement number. So this number will be supplement 1, 2, 3, 4. Not this certificate number, because the certificate already has a number. Then it says to the initial certificate number. So if you issue a supplementary certificate, you are adding PV to an installation, and there is an initial certificate. You say supplement number 1 to initial certificate number, which will be the first certificate issued. Again, not the certificate number. And as issued on the date on which that initial certificate was issued. So, let's create a scenario. Anthony did the initial certificate 5 years ago, and I was contracted to do a PV installation. Luckily for me, this client has an initial certificate that Anthony issued 5 years ago, and I finish my installation. I do all of my tests, and I issue a supplementary certificate. So I write there supplement number 1 to initial certificate number, the certificate that Anthony issued 5 years ago, and I put the date there that is 5 years ago. Everybody still on track? Anthony? Good. Do you want to add anything here, Anthony?
Sorry, I was looking for the unmute there quickly. No, I think we covered it pretty well. I just want to mention the tick appropriate block. Remember, you are indicating what you're doing. If you leave that blank, you are just as wrong as indicating the incorrect one. The number is unique because it's got the letters in front of it. So the letters are included as part of the number sequence. So it's ECA, this number. And it's specific because the ECA has to differentiate between what it sells to its members and what it sells to non-members, not only for SARS purposes, but also for DOL purposes. So when we get a query, we know whether or not it was issued by an ECA member or past ECA member, or if it was issued by a non-member. So ECB also has 2 numbers where they've got ECB and B that they've always been using over the years to differentiate between the 2. So your number is the complete sequence. And the reason for that is if you put a letter in, 1 character space has 24 options, as opposed to 9 options if you've got just a number alone. Schewitz, remember to include the ECA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. Okay. But also, make sure you tick the appropriate block here, always. Because when we read later on Annexure 1, there's a specific note that says, If all sections have not been completed correctly, your certificate is invalid, it invalidates itself. That means that you can't issue it. So you have to make sure your
Rowan?
CoC is complete. And it's something that I know Leon and myself were taught by Mel many years ago, is a CoC must be complete. You can't have an incomplete CoC and just issue it.
Yes. So Rowan asked here, if there is no tick to initial supplementary, is the CoC not valid? Yes, the CoC is not valid. There must be a tick there. And James also asked here, can we put there to be advised as the owner is still looking for the original? No, you cannot put there to be advised. And you need to put the number in there if you create a supplementary certificate. If there's no initial certificate, you can't even do the work.
Yeah, you also can't just leave it blank and change it later, because if you go read the regulations, it stipulates that you're not allowed to amend a certificate of compliance. Nobody, no person. Not the user, not you, nobody's allowed to change a document that's already been issued.
So Philip also said if the initial certificate is lost by the owner or can't get a hold of it, yes, you have to redo the whole certificate. So the entire installation must get an initial certificate before you can do a supplementary certificate. Because the EIR says that every user shall have a certificate of compliance on the property. And if there is no certificate, you need to inform the client that he is in contravention of the regulations. He needs to get a new certificate. And if you don't give him that certificate and he says, but you didn't tell him, you are responsible. And that is the stance what the Department of Labor is taking these days. If you did only the PV, they will ask you, where's the initial certificate? Why didn't you tell the client he needs an initial certificate or a certificate on the whole installation?
And this is one point that's specifically designed this way. It's supposed to work this way, because the user's supposed to keep his documentation and you're supposed to reference it. But oftentimes a user loses their documentation. Now, you can argue it on reasonability. There is ways to do it. Take it to court and argue it there. Unfortunately, the EIR hasn't had that luxury of being tested to that depth. But what I do want to add here is specifically, Sub-Regulation 7 specifically says that the user or lessor is responsible to get an initial CoC for his premises. If there's no CoC, it's 7.3, then he shall get a CoC for his entire premises when an additional alteration is made. 7.4, if he's got a CoC and he's just doing additional alteration, then he makes it there. So the regulations are very onerous in this regard. And you must always remember that it's his responsibility, not yours, to get that CoC. He's responsible for the paperwork. He is responsible. And something that irks me as somebody who's watching contractors suffer under this onerous regulation is the fact that under Sub-Regulation 15 is offences and penalties, if I remember correctly, the user can be taken into account for not having a CoC. He could suffer the same charges you suffer. Because the whole of Section 7 is part of the offences and penalties. And you, as the registered person, if you issue it incorrectly, can also suffer the same offences and penalties. The only thing is, as soon as you've issued an illegitimate CoC, you invite that trouble to yourself. Because now you've got an invalid document and they've got something to stand on. in that you did not apply the law correctly or you did not advise them of the law correctly. Okay. The 7.1 of the EIR makes it their responsibility. As a contractor, you mustn't make their responsibility your responsibility. Request it. And if they don't have it, stipulate in your quote for it. And if they don't accept the quote, report it.
Anthony, where Anthony mentioned how you can go and fight it in court, 100%. Just remember that court will cost you 50,000 Rand a day because you need to have an attorney.
Yep.
So it might just work out cheaper to just get your paperwork in order from the beginning. And I know in most cases the clients don't want to go for it, but you can always advise your client to email me or email Anthony just to get the correct information so that they can understand what they are responsible for. Yeah, there's a lot of questions going on here on the side.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll answer the chat questions as we can.
Okay. As I go on, Anthony, you can answer them that I haven't answered yet.
Perfect. You continue. I'm going to go to the next slide.
Thank you. All right. Second section on the first page, the identification of the relevant electrical installation. This is where you add the address or any other unique references that can pinpoint me or Anthony or the lawyer or the next guy that picks up this paper where this property is. So the purpose of this section is to identify the installation where the certificate is issued and link them together forever. Remember, you are signing a legal document to say this property has a certificate of compliance and this is the address. The more details you put in, the safer you are if someone wants to go and change something on this. Remember, the client is not your friend. He is never your friend. And in terms of the Health and Safety Act, any document that or any document or anything that you do can be held against you. So you want to make sure that everything is done correctly. So here we want specifically the physical address. I know some farms might not have a specific address, then you can use the GPS coordinates or the pole number or the earth number. If you have the earth number, put it in. I know a lot of lawyers, they want that in for transfer. Usually you can get that from the estate agent.
Just to add there, the earth number has become a very crucial point of any transfer of any CoC. A lot of people, a lot of insurance and agencies enforce an earth number. But there is alternative ways to get an earth number. And I always show people this. Now you can always use like your online software, like Windeed and all of that. But there is free ways that most municipalities have available for you to get this number. And I just want to show you guys this quickly. So that
yes, Rowan, you can write in their meter number by all means.
yeah, but
I would even go.
It wouldn't be compulsory.
Yes, but I would even go as far as take a photo of the meter and attach it to your certificate, because we've found many times where the buyer comes in and then the meter is either bypassed or jippoed or whatever. And the municipality, they don't care. They give that guy a fine and he's going to blame you for it.
Donovan's got a good point. It can change. But remember, if the meter does change and all of a sudden your installation doesn't have an earth, at least you've got proof of a change. Because there's many
Actually a
times
good
where
idea,
it's a good idea
Anthony,
to document your meter number. But
if
now on the GIS, on the Earth and lot number, most major metropolitan areas have a GIS platform, a graphic integrated systems. I use Trane because that's where I'm from, and because it's the one I'm the most familiar with. Joburg's one is weird. So I go to the EGIS viewer, their map, and I can either search or find an address, or I can just simply go to the address. Because I like to say this, if you don't get a municipality bill, like in a complex or whatever, sometimes it can be impossible to get the earth numbers. And this makes it reasonable to get. So you can literally, let's say I'm on let's find a complex here. There's Serengeti Estate, there's Camillefontein. So those are subdivided. So where's a complex? Let's see, there's a lot of complexes in Lamontan. So you will see there's a lot of development with earth numbers and everything. So these are all houses. How can you not find a complex when you're looking for it? So there's a prime example. So this is a whole bunch of small complexes in this estate. Each one of these complexes have an earth number. Now, I use my complex as an example. My earth number, my street number, and what Google tells me is the street number all differ. So what do I use? It's 523 versus 519 versus 8. And it was very confusing when we first moved in. But if you go reference it, you can easily see there's all the units in there. That's the name of the complex. There's the earth number there. Earth number 513. Okay. But the street number will be on the edge here. So you'll see there's street number 100, 150, and so forth at the entrances of their requirements. So this thing's earth number is 513. If I had to go look at a general house, and if I'm zooming into your house, it is completely unintentional. So if we look at a normal house or business or whatever, there's the earth number, there's the street number. Okay. So you can get clarification. Alternatively, you can ask the lawyers. You can ask multiple, you can get the information in multiple means. This is just one mean that you can verify it and get it yourself if it's not available. Because when we get to plots of farms and stuff, they are generally the problem. Because all you don't get a street address. If I go out here to the Bundus here, there's no street addresses and all sorts of things on these dirt roads. I get a stand number. I get a stand number. And I'm a farm portion. That's it. Farm portion 15. Region 7, Ward 102. So it's very difficult sometimes with farms, but you can verify. But farms have a stand number and they're quite easy to get. Your GPS coordinates become more important with farms.
You can even take a screenshot of this and attach it to your certificate.
If you want.
Oh. So you need to provide enough and sufficient information in this section that identifies your property to the installation. I mean, I think this is quite plain and straightforward. Although we do see issues on this. Oh yes, I forgot to mention. if you scratch out anything on any part of the certificate, whether it's the annexure 1 or any test report, the whole certificate is invalid. You will have to start again. I think that's where the electronic versions make it quite easy. You can just press backspace and you can fix your error. Okay, cool. Anthony, you can go to the next slide. Okay. Now, declaration by a registered person. So this section is only for the registered person that is doing the tests and the inspection of the entire installation. You may also be prosecuted for false declarations. So we will read through this. But the person that signs here is the person that holds the license, the wireman's license, the IE, the MIE, the single phase tester. He signs here. Okay, bye, JJ. It says you need to add your full name here, not A Poggenpoel or B van der Merwe. You must put here Anthony Schewitz or your name. Don't put Anthony's name there. But you need to put your full name there because this is here to identify you as the registered person. And you must add your ID number. Okay, now let's start to read this. I, Anthony Schewitz, a registered person, declare that I have personally, not my appy or my neighbor or my friend down the road have carried out. I have personally carried out the inspection and testing of the electrical installation described in the attached test report as per the requirements. Now, the test report will have other details, which Anthony will go through. But remember I said, if anybody picks up this paper, he needs to understand the whole installation. If you look at any CoC, you will say the CoC means nothing. It's a piece of toilet paper, 100%. But you need to make your piece of toilet paper that it complies and that it actually describes the installation that you're working on. And again, that's the purpose of this whole session. And it's also why we do it for free, so that everybody can see how to do it properly. Okay, now if we go to the requirements of an electrical installation regulations 92A, which is a new installation. This is where the foundation has been done. You put in the pipes for all the points in the concrete. You cut the walls. You pulled in the wire, and so on and so forth. This is where you make a tick on that box. B will be for an existing electrical installation. This is where your friend phones you, he sold his house, and he needs a certificate now. This is where you tick an existing electrical installation. Hopefully the client has an initial certificate. Then you can tick supplementary certificate, write in the initial number, and you can tick here existing electrical installation. C will be new part to an existing installation. And if you go and read, see, in the electrical installation regulations, it would include an existing part of the installation as well. So if you are doing a solar installation on an existing installation, you will tick here, new part to existing installation. Now, this is where you start lying. It reads, and so I declare that I have carried out the inspection and testing of the installation and deem the installation to be reasonably safe when properly used. I have entered the number of this certificate, so on the previous slide where we showed where the certificate number is, you have attached that on each and every test report that is attached to this Annexure 1. Great stuff. I also declare that the person responsible for the design, construction, commissioning, and inspection and testing have completed the relevant sections of this test report. Now, in the latest test report that came out in 2020, section 5.1 at the back to 5.4, 5.5 have changed, where there it says there the person that did the design or the material specification and procurement and the construction and so on have each signed there. Nobody has ever used those sections. I think that's why they removed it. But this is when you do a let's say you do a solar installation and you have an engineer that did the design and you are following the design. You need to get a piece of paper where the engineer who designed this signs it and you attach it. Or if the client procured all the materials, you need to put a piece of paper there that says he procured the materials, because that will cover you. If you let your client get the materials and you sign here that you are responsible for it, you are lying. So why don't you cover your backside and put in a piece of paper that said the client procured it, Mr. Engineer here, he did the design, I only did the construction. By all means, put in your pieces of paper. I think that was a very important test report that was removed. It was an important section in the test report that was removed. I think if everybody actually understood what it means, it would have been much better.
I can agree
so
with
now,
you.
now you just need to add your own paper here.
I 100%
I think-
agree with you that those documents were crucial. But the problem is you had guys who were issuing initial certificates or existing installations, old installations, and then they're signing off for the design. Or that they procured the equipment. Or you had engineers that didn't want to sign, that type of thing. So there was a lot of problems with implementation, that the electricians didn't implement them correctly. But if you do want these sections, just attach them. I'm going to send an example of it in the chat that guys can use it. Then they just take the section, reference the documents, specifically with the design portion. If the engineer refuses to sign for his own design, you attach a copy of his design. with a declaration that you say, listen, this is the person who designed. Then it can be fought. If it goes to that level, it can be fought in the court of law who designed the installation. Because you have provided proof, he needs to provide counter proof that he did not design. But you need to make sure that your barriers are set.
100% additional responsibility. Why do you want to take all the responsibility? I remember a few years ago, Anthony and I, we discussed it and we said, but we don't understand. Electrician signs for everything. Sign, yes, I'll go to jail for you, my friend. I love you. I love you enough to go to jail for you. I truly don't understand it. I think because we had so many questions on the previous section, if there are any questions, quickly post it. Let's see if there's something we can quickly answer. Anthony, maybe you can go to the next slides along. It is still part of this section. Okay. Now we said the registered person, he signs there, or he fills in that section with his name and his ID number. Now it comes to registered person registration number. What number is this? This is your IE number or your single phase tester number, your MIE number. I've seen people put in their ETSP 12345 or IE 12345. I think you can do that. It always helps if you do put it in to identify the type of registration, because we also see that the incorrect box is ticked. I've seen single phase tester numbers there, and then they tick installation electrician. So yeah, you need to put in your date of registration. If your registration, if you registered in 2012, you put in that date in there. I know a lot of people don't remember the exact date. On the 1st of October 2012, I got my registration. At least put a month in there. Because sometimes before we even send this through to the Department of Labor to verify or go and check on the contractors list, we eye it to see if the registration date is more or less correct. Like I know IE number around about the 36,000 that was issued in around about 2616, or around about the 7,000 was issued in 1980, the late 80s or mid 80s. So we know more or less when the license numbers were issued, and you will not believe it. We see many guys write their ID number there at the registered person, and he uses his father's number here at the registration number. We can see it. We know if you are born in 1991 and your registration number is IE 7446, my maat, you're gonna cry. Please tick the correct box then as well. If you are a single phase tester, tick single phase tester. Be proud of your registration. If you aren't proud of your registration, go study, go to the next level. But otherwise, just tick the correct one. This signature, this is your signature as the registered person. You sign there. And this is today's date. the date that you sign this document. It might not always be the exact same date as the test report, because you might be on site today. You write in today's date, 18th of May 2024, on the test report. You go home and you do all your certificates on the Saturday. Then you can write there the date you are signing that. Because on the test report, it also says there the date at the end of the test report. So if you write two different dates there, that's fine. Just don't write. Just remember, you can't issue this document, the annexure 1, before you issue the annexure the test report. So just make sure your dates are correct. It's always better to have the same dates, but it may differ. Okay, this is the contact details of the registered person. In the EIR under section 11, it says there that if you want to register as a registered person, you must have a physical address and if I remember correctly, you must have a telephone number to be reached at. So this contact details, if you are the registered person, this is your address. If the court wants to send you a summons, they need to know where to send that summons. And that will be your house. Not to the company's address, because tomorrow you don't work there anymore. This is your address and your cell phone number and your email address. If you have a company email address, by all means, put it in. If you have a company cell phone number, put it in. Unless you live in the address where your company or where the company is registered to employs you, you have a bed there, then you can put that address in there. A PO box? No. You are not allowed to write in a PO box because a PO box is not a proof of address. The EIR says an address. Unfortunately, no, PO box will not work. Post office is closed. What post office? Please provide an email address, even if it's your wife's or your daughter's or whatever, if you don't have one. It just makes it so much easier if there is an email address in there. Other thing I didn't mention, guys, please write legibly and nicely. I know we electricians, we don't like to write nicely. We can give a few doctors a go. I know we can read doctors' handwriting. Very few people can. But please write legibly. Because if this thing is there in court, you don't want them to struggle to read it. It will not be nice. Anthony, anything that you want to add here?
Just from 2 comments in the chat, just before you misinterpret anything, make sure you understand what is a registered person, what is a contractor. Because I see a lot of people confuse the 2 terms. So just to correct that, a registered person is your personal registration. You get issued a registration as a person.
One with your photo on.
Yeah, the one with your photo. It's a personal registration. If I had to relate it to another type of registration you have, it's called a driving license. You have a license. You are allowed to drive. That license authorizes you to drive, to operate a vehicle. Does it mean you own a vehicle? No. It means you can operate one. You can practice general control over one. With your license, you are competent to test, inspect, and verify electrical installations for the purpose of issuing a CoC. That's your license. That's your personal registration. This number is ETSP, IE, or MIE. Contractor's registration is completely different. And everybody will notice that your contractor's registration is regional, but it's on a national database. It gets documented that you register in a specific environment. It's the same reason I have a GP number plate and Leon has whatever the hell Cape Town has, because they will separate it per region. They have a different number plate. KZN has different number plates. Northern Cape has different number plates. So it just indicates the office you are registered at. And if I had to relate it to anything, you'd think of your contractor's registration as the vehicle that gets operated. Can the operator of the vehicle be the same as the owner of the vehicle? Yes. Can it be two different people? Yes. But the reality is that you must be a licensed driver operating a vehicle. Now, the vehicle here is your business, the contractor in that case. Because
You are always first a person.
Because what is your license disc on your car relate back to your car? It says your car is safe to operate in the public roads. Therefore, you get blah, blah, blah GP. Therefore, you pay this registration yearly. What does your contractor's registration give you? Okay? The contractor's registration does give you the right to operate your business on behalf of another person. So you do it in the public space. So my business, I'm operating services to the public. That's what your contractor's registration does. Does your contractor's registration lock you in an area? No. Because I can drive my car to Durban, and you'll see the migration like 3 times a year. There's a lot of GP cars that go across the borders. And they go and infest your local playgrounds. But same way here, the regional registration is on a national database. I can operate anywhere. It just indicates where my office is, where I'm registered at. If they're going to look for me, they're going to look for me through the documentation at that office. Okay.
Anthony, there's a few questions here. You can do a CoC in Cape Town if you're registered in Northwest. If you make a boo-boo in Cape Town and you're operating from Northwest, I mean it's very far to drive. And then the departments will also liaise with one another. So if there is a prohibition notice that gets issued in Western Cape, they do send it to Northwest if that number is registered in Northwest, because they need to enforce it in Northwest then. But yes, you can. If you have different branches, I would say that you need to register each branch in their region. I think that will just make it easier, but there's
That's if you've got a registered person in each region.
Yeah.
And you're not sending your registered person to travel.
Yes. They are looking at getting a national databases instead of using each province. I don't know if it's going to work. We'll see. We'll see what the Department of Labor says. Malusi asks, is the EW Comply app recognized as legal for use in the issuing of electronic docs? So, Malusi, the regulation says that the chief inspector need to give out the numbers. If I remember correctly, the ECA has a letter of some sort that says they can issue numbers, and if I remember correctly, ECB has where they are also allowed to issue numbers. I don't know about anybody else. I think there are a few other companies that sell COCs, but I'm going to lie to you if I say yes, they can. I don't know. I don't know if they have approval. Okay, Anthony, I think you can go on to the next section. I see there are still a few questions, so you can answer them if you want. Marius asks, if a single registered person owns more than one company, a solar company, a generator company, electrical company, can a single owner who is registered person register multiple companies as electrical contractors? No, you can't. I know the Department of Labor has had it before, where some of them slip through, but they don't want to do that. So no, I don't think you can. All right, declaration by electrical contractor. This certificate is not valid unless all sections have been completed correctly and the test report in the format approved by the chief inspector is attached. So, if you write by registered person your KZN 111 number, you have not completed the certificate correctly and the certificate is not valid. Sorry. This certificate will be invalid if any corrections have been made. I did mention this. If you scratch out any part, the certificate will be invalid and you can throw it away. You can start over. Okay, now Anthony Schewitz is not the company owner in this case. Sarel Roos is the company owner. So Sarel will sign here. I, Sarel Roos, an ID number. His full name must put in, he must put his full name in here. The same as registered person. Now this is where it's a little bit different to registered person. I declare that the electrical installation has been carried out with the requirements of the Occupational Health and Safety Act and regulations made thereunder. So this is where Anthony said earlier, this is where you say, this installation complies with every section of the Health and Safety Act and any regulation. It's the EIR, it's the GMR, it's the EMR, it's the construction regulations, it's the environmental regulations. The list goes on. So here the electrical contractor, the company, says that everything on this installation complies with the Health and Safety Act. The registered person only signs for that section of the installation. But he also signs for the design and procurement and the construction, commissioning, and so on and so forth. So it's not that the registered person takes less responsibility. The electrical contractor, the company, takes a lot of the responsibility as well, because in the Health and Safety Act, it says that the person who does the electrical installation work is a registered person. So even the contractor takes responsibility for that. Now, this is where the electrical contractor registration number is put in. This is your KZN number, your GN number, your GS number, Western Cape or Eastern Cape or Free State. Each contractor, every company must have a number that connects them to the Department of Labor. This is not your business registration, which will be 2017 slash what number. That is not a contractor registration number. We see it a lot. It means that that person is not registered as a contractor. Now, your date of registration is not the same as your wireman's license registration number. It's usually, well, it is always the registration number that the Department of Labor gives you. And on that registration, on the registration document, it says there that you are registered from the 18th of May, 2024, up until, this is usually 1 year, but they extended it to 3 years, which I don't think they are actually allowed to because it's against the regulations. But anyway, right in there, from 18th of May 2024, streepie, 18th of May 2025, right in the whole date. Because then everybody knows when they pick up this document, they see, oh, the person is a registered contractor. He is registered until this and this and this date. Oh, the date that he issued the certificate, yes, he was registered 100%. So please, if just write those extra numbers right there. It helps. It helps us. It helps Anthony also to know if the person is registered or still registered. It helps us to spend time on the phone with the Department of Labor to see if the person is still registered. So you're saving me airtime. I'll start liking you then. You have to put your signature here. As the electrical contractor, the company have to put a signature here. So, as Anthony mentioned earlier, the contractor is not always the registered person. It can be the owner of the company, or the manager, or the section manager, or whatever. But that person that signs here must be the same person as on the registration document that you get from the Department of Labor, because the company takes responsibility for this section. Yeah, I see there's a lot of questions again. If you are an IE as a registered person, you don't have to fill in the portion as an electrical contractor. No, you always have to fill in the electrical contractor part. It's only if you work for a company, say Clover. You work for Clover, and Clover is not an electrical company. They make milk. But you work for them. Then you don't have to write in a declaration by contractor. And as Anthony said, if you do work for and on behalf of another person. So if I go to my neighbor's house to go and fix a light, I do work for and on behalf of him. Therefore, I need to be registered as a contractor. If I work for County Fair, who cut up chickens, I do not have to be registered as a contractor, and I can still issue the certificate, because the company, say County Fair, they take responsibility in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. It's regarding the employer. The contractor is the employer, and they need to take responsibility in terms of the Health and Safety Act, COIDA, UIF, letter of good standing, workman's compensation, and the list goes on. Does that answer your question, Edwell? I'd say. Okay. Anthony, anything that you want to add here? I want to read some of these questions.
Yeah, the only time that you would never sign in the contractor's registration is when there's never a contracting agreement, which is 99% of the time an invalid argument. You will always sign it when there is a contracting agreement. So if I do work for you, or I do work on behalf of you, doesn't matter if there's compensation or not, you're operating as a contractor, therefore you will fill it in and complete the responsibilities of a contractor. The only time that you aren't operating as a contractor is an example of factory employed electricians where they do maintenance inside their own installation. They're not operating as a contractor, they're doing it for their own company that they're employed by, or if they do work on their own houses, for example, that type of stuff. But then you're not operating as a contractor, but that's getting outside of the scope of what 99% of the people do. Those are niche risks. But if you operate as a contractor, you fill this portion in. And whether it's not you or the registered person, it might be another party. So if you don't own the company and your wife owns the company, either there must be a declaration somewhere that says that she authorizes you to sign it on her behalf, because everything with the OSH Act happens with appointment. So if you're not the 16.1, maybe you're the 16.2. You take responsibility from the 16.1, the owner. Okay. There's a bit of clarification on them.
That's a shame. If there are questions that we miss, guys, you can just ask us again. I see there's been quite a lot of questions. It's good. It's good. We like it.
So far, what I'm seeing is a lot of the questions that have been asked have either been answered. Then, if they're not, I will answer them as we go.
Yeah, you can actually go to the next section.
Go for it.
Okay. This is the contact details of the contractor, the company owner. Yeah, this name, it's actually not very specific. So yeah, my opinion is if you actually put the company name in here, then there's actual identification to the company, because we already have the company owner's name on the previous block. So if you operate out of A to Z Electrical, right in here, A to Z Electrical, I think that would be acceptable. Now this is the address of where the company operates from. So if you are a one-man band, and you operate from your house, write in your address here. If you operate from the basement of the Sanlam building, because after all we are electricians, we can't afford the first floor. So you can write in their basement of the Sanlam building. Please put in numbers, cell phone numbers, email address. If clients want to get a hold of you, it's easy to just put in an email address here. I know some of the older guys, they don't like to put in email addresses, because their wife checks their email. They're scared that the puppy from site is going to email their wife. Next up, the recipient. The recipient is the client. This is basically just to prove delivery, that you did issue the certificate, because remember the EIR says you must issue a certificate of compliance on any work that you've done. EIR 2 says that the user is responsible for the installation. Now, if you want to prove that you have transferred the responsibility to the client and that he acknowledges that he is responsible for the installation. Let him sign here. It's easy. If it's a digital copy, ask him to send it back, or keep the email that you did send it. At least. So this little section here, we can't find anywhere that it is compulsory. But it is a cover your backside type of thing, because that client is not your friend. He will turn around and say you never issued the certificate. If he didn't sign here, there is no proof that that he received it. Anthony, I wanted to mention something else, but I completely forgot what it was. I know you sort of agree with me on this recipient section. Yeah, if there's anything else that you maybe want to add, then we can continue.
I'm all good. I'm going to go to the next section. There's a couple of questions in the chat that are there. So I don't know if everybody's just paying attention and just respond to one or two questions in the chat. Next, we're going to go look at the test report. So now we've dealt with your legal obligation of, this is what I declare. I've declared it. Now you are busy attaching documentation that proves what you declared. So in actual fact, you should be doing your test report before you do your CoC. Because your test report is proof of what you have done.
Sorry, Anthony, before you continue, here's a very important thing that someone put in here, the question. It says, you said here, first section, you declare you personally inspected and tested. Later, declare who designed, procured, etc. Also inspected and tested, means a third party did inspect and test. There is no third party. The only third party that exists is the inspection authority. If any other person tests your site, he is responsible for that site. The person that does the work must sign it. You can't get a third person, another person in to come and sign your work off. You as a registered person or the registered person in the company must sign there. I believe there are certain scenarios where another person can sign on the test report section, but I don't want to even touch on that, because that is, then I'm walking on water, and I don't like walking on water. Sorry, Anthony, I think we just had to address this section here. I'll answer some of the questions in the chat.
Okay.
Then you can continue.
There's a lot of them.
Crazy. It's good. Love it. Love questions.
Okay. So standard test report. Now this is the general test report. So if you go to section 7.7 in the stands 101 for 2, you find it there. It's the first test report. It's the most common test report that is issued. And it's the test report that is attached when we print CoCs, it's the test report we attach to the general test report. What does this test report indicate? It indicates what you certify, what you cover. Now, when you look at this test report, what should I document on there? Any changes to the DB, any changes to the installation, splitting the DB, connection into the DB, all of those things get documented. And it frustrates me when people take section 3, which is their own legal liability, and just crosses it out. So to start off the test report, we start right on top. Now, right on top, there's two declarations with notes reminding us where the rules come from. And then we go into some technicalities. Now, right on top, if you remember from the Annexure 1, we have to, on each and every test report we attach, mention the certificate of compliance number it is attached to. So you have to put on the CoC number. Then you have to complete the date that this test report is being issued. That would be the date that you are issuing the test report itself, not the date you're completing the test, but the date you're doing the test report. Okay. Now, then it asks you, what is this test report for? On the left-hand side here. For what DB and what supply? This is where you indicate this is the main DB fed from council, sub DB fed from generator, whichever. What DB are you documenting here under? And what supply is it fed from? Then you indicate the number of pages added. You have no idea how much this specific section covers your backside as a registered person. Because when you indicate there, yes, automatically, if the user decides to throw away pieces of your CoC, they have incomplete evidence against you. And you have the upper hand because you attach additional information that they are not privy to, that they don't have anymore, that they've thrown away, all of those type of things. So you must make sure that you document this accurately. Yes, I have attached 34 pages. So when we look at this document, we will expect 34 additional pages than just the standard test report and CoC. Okay. We must indicate there that that you are attaching documents. Most of the time, I see guys indicate no. And as we go through this test report, you will see, listen here, but I should have actually been saying yes all these years. Because there's a lot of cases where the requirement is, listen here, attach a document. Okay. There's a lot of different documents you can attach. So note 1, in terms of South African legislation, the user is responsible for safety of the installation. This is to remind the user of his responsibilities in Sub-Regulation 2 and Sub-Regulation 7, that they are responsible to ensure the safety of this electrical installation. So you have tested and verified it for them. They are then responsible to take it forward and ensure that anybody who enters this premises, conducts themselves safely. They don't kick in plugs, they don't do this, they don't do this. Because that's their responsibility to ensure the operation of the installation is done in a safe manner. That's why you'll see that the legislation quite often refers to properly used. You can only design an article or object to be used correctly, not to be, you can't always factor in when somebody abuses an installation. For example, they use it outside of its intention, where the user or lessor typically goes and says, hey, you know what? I kick in plugs, I kick in this, and then the plug breaks and he shocks and he electrocutes himself. You can't be held liable for something that is outside for exigent circumstances. You will have to stand in court, yeah, because you tested the installation, but you have a good defense if it's not used correctly. And that's something that you prove by test. You've declared this safe and you've documented it safe as a test and verification. More documents you add, the better. My dad always likes to taught me one thing. We were applying for a visa. He's like, give them more information that they ask for so that you have a pack of documents. So that they look at the documents and they're like, yeah, everything is there. Or they tend not to ask more questions. That's just what I typically live by, is give them a lot of information. Okay. Note 2. This is probably the most important note that you must understand, apart from note 3. Note 2 covers only a part of this report covers what is described in section 3. Section 3 describes what you are doing. If you leave section 3 blank, it's a blank check. If you, in section 3, say, I installed a PV installation, to what degree? I altered X, Y, Z. What did I do? Okay. So section 3 is a crux of what you're describing. If you want to make sure that you include everything you do and assist your argument, if the user ever says, yeah, you installed the PV, this other guy installed this, you make sure your section 3 is adequate. Because otherwise your section 3 can be interpreted as being all-encompassing. Okay. Note 3, this report covers the circuits for fixed appliances, but does not cover the actual appliances. For example, stoves, geysers, air conditioning, refrigeration plants, and lights. This goes back to the EIR's definition of an electrical installation. Where does an installation end? Point of consumption. Now, the point of consumption is the supply terminals of electrical machinery or the socket outlet feeding this machinery. Now, it's very, very important. Stove doesn't work. Like a stove plate doesn't work. It doesn't affect the safety of the installation. It's an appliance that is faulty. If there's a crack in a light fitting or whatever, as long as it's not unsafe, it won't affect the compliance of an electrical installation. Okay. You have to verify it for safety. And that's not only verifying it with use of SANS 10142, you would have to verify the safety of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. So can I access any live parts? Okay, yeah. Even though the appliance is not necessarily, let's say the lights is within arm's reach, and I can access live parts, I must make it unreasonable for them to access it. That's why the code typically calls for the use of a tool or a key to access these live parts from normal operation in areas. You have to ensure protection from these parts. Even though the appliance isn't protected, you are protecting the user from access to live parts. So if there is a light fitting where the wires are sticking out, blah, 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 and it's unsafe, fix it. But if an aircon doesn't work, it's not your indaba to actually fix it. You can warn the client to fix it. It's not something for safety. It is an operational thing. If we go read, it's a maintenance thing. You need to separate this in your head. If you go and read in 1.4, SANS 10142, it'll tell you the appliances are only dealt with as far as their selection and the operation in the installation, so that they don't negatively affect the current carrying capacity, all of that type of stuff. You don't cover appliances. You're not an appliance technician. You're an electrical installation electrician. You do installation work. Appliances are dealt with under different standards. And as long as those appliances don't affect your safety, you are free to sign off those appliances. You're verifying the safety thereof. Note 4, medical and hazardous locations require additional test reports. Note 5, enter the information or tick the appropriate block. I always like to tell people one thing. If it asks you for words, use words. Don't just tick or whatever. On the old test report, a lot of people used to say, instead of writing yes, they would tick. The problem with a tick is a tick can always be manipulated in whichever way you want. That's why when there is a requirement for a tick, tick in it. Where there's a requirement to write, write. Because then your intention is clear. Anything you want to say, Leon? Can we roll?
Sorry.
Yes.
All good. Thanks.
Cool. Okay, section 1 is not compulsory. I always advise people to complete it as a duplication. Most of your digital, like your ECA, ECOC platform, will complete this for you automatically. So to complete this is a misnomer, it's just a duplication. The only reason it is on the test report is when you, let's say you issuing an Annexure H and you want to prove to your client that this, you can issue a failing test report. So you can attach this failing test report and say, this is why I'm not doing it. And you just link it to the address. Or if you want to do... Hello?
Yeah, where this could also come into play is, and it's something I failed to mention previously, was if you do a massive building, or let's say Sasol, you have different buildings, but you have one property. So in such a case, then you can either have different test reports or you can have different COCs. All different COCs, each one will be an initial, but you make a portfolio to complete the entire installation. So this name of building or address, maybe you are doing the Sangam building. You can actually say there, first floor test report, second floor test report, or whatever. So remember, you want this document to have a very good description of the installation that or that you are signing off, because then it covers you. Yeah, sorry, Anthony, you can continue.
Sorry, I'm just busy responding to somebody. Okay. Okay. Section 2. Now, something important about Section 2. The whole of Section 2 is not tested values. It's values that you get measured against. So it's going to ask you questions like, what is the earthing system of this installation? Point. What is the voltage? It's not the voltage you measure, it's the voltage that you expect, that you're measuring against. So Section 2 is nothing but facts. So it's asking you, is this a permanent installation or is it temporary? Permanent, that is not going to be removed, it's fixed in place. Temporary is like your builders connections, your exhibitions, flea markets, etc. And you're issuing the COC for this temporary installation that the installation is going to disappear. Okay. So is it permanent? Is it temporary? The COC doesn't change. The test report changes for a temporary installation. Okay. Okay, so permanent versus temporary. Indicate which. If you leave this incomplete, your evidence is incomplete. Your test report is incomplete. The only person that suffers by not completion of this is you, because your evidence is incomplete. Okay. Okay. You see, there's a lot of stuff going on in the chat. I'm just checking if there wasn't any questions on that specific portion. Okay, now it's the type of electricity supply system. Now you have to go verify what your upstream network looks like. Is it a TNCS, TNS, TTIT? And there's still so much confusion around this, it's not even funny. If you read the code adds more confusion by explaining it differently. That you as the person, Leon, just a quick one. Jock has a very important question. He did DM it to me, but if you could just respond to it in the chat. And I thank you for making it public now. It's a very important question. If Leon, you could just give attention to that one. I'm just gonna highlight it.
Maybe you should answer it out loud, because I think everybody struggles with that type of issues.
Yeah, so either just type it in the chat or do you want to chat about it now?
Okay. Jock says, here's a problem that I'm dealing with. I'm called out to replace an earth leakage with a broken toggle. The job takes 5 minutes. How do I justify 3 to 4 hours for a CoC? I will never have a client ever call me again. Obviously, a CoC is required, but is it absolutely necessary? Yes, it is absolutely necessary. So you have a few options here. So obviously the client still needs to have an initial certificate. If he doesn't, you issue an Annexure H to say, sir, you don't have an initial certificate. But the regulation says I must issue a certificate. I can't issue you a certificate until you have an initial certificate. So you can issue that Annexure H to say that there is no initial certificate. And you can write out a test report for what you did. So you can write on your test report, on the comments, I only replaced the earth leakage device. Here is the test report. I tested only the earth leakage device. I tested the earth loop to the council to see if it is correct. My job is done. Are there any other problems on the installation? Yes, maybe. I didn't look at any other problems. Is there other problems in the DB? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put it in your Annexure H. Then you cover yourself. At least. Anthony, how would you answer that?
Yeah, the way to answer this in the way that has always been important is the law is written very onerously. It mandates you to issue a CoC, but it also mandates the user or lessor to get a CoC. So the user has to receive one and the electrician has to issue one. The electrician cannot issue based on faults. So you would reasonably, if you had to take the reasonable approach, I would recommend exactly what Leon said, is either issue an Annexure H with you've made this installation safer. With this small change, you document the change and you put that responsibility back to the user or lessor to get a CoC for the entire installation, perhaps quote them for it, all of that type of stuff. But if you've only done a minor change and you need to do a supplementary certificate, you would do a supplementary certificate based on that small change. It shouldn't take you 2 to 3 hours to complete because you're not verifying somebody else's work. You're verifying the change that you brought in. So if there is a CoC, it's easy to do a quick CoC for your changes. And you can justify it based on the law. But I agree it is very onerous on the registered person, but it is just as onerous on the user or lessor. And it's important that the clients must start doing this. The only way we can start changing this is by education, that they know, listen here, I want a CoC. That must be the question out of the user or lesser's mouth. I want a CoC. The question out of the registered person is, give me your existing CoC so I can either attach it or make reference to it. That should be how the conversation goes. It doesn't always go that way, but you deal with it in reasonable terms, like what Leon has said, all of that terms. And if the client refuses and doesn't want to give you a CoC, report it. Because you both have a legal liability. It's not a get out of jail free card just because I say I've issued an annexure H. They're still going to call you up. But the difference being is they're going to call you up and you've got evidence. Okay. I hope that answers it. I don't know, Jack. Okay. So that clarifies it for him. You must remember that the OSH Act at this moment in time still has an element of reasonability, reasonably practicable. You have to prove with reasonability. Yes, the laws are onerous, but they can be fought reasonably in court. Okay. But you have a responsibility, the user has a responsibility to ensure they comply. If either party doesn't comply, they can technically be hauled off to jail. It's 12 months minimum service for not adhering to the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Okay. So, type of supply system. Now, this is where you go to Annexure J and you go read Annexure J and you indicate the correct type of system. Now, a summarized version of Annexure J is as follows. On my supply side, so my source of energy, is it Terra connected directly to Earth, or is it an isolated or does it have an impedance? Then it says, what is supplied to my installation? Either there is a indirect connection or a direct connection, so there's either a cable supplied or not. Remember, this is a summarized version of it. And then the third character denotes how it's supplied, if it's a direct connection. So you could say a TNS system, my source of supply is Earth, it's a direct connection, and the cables are separate. You can either verify it visually by verifying your upstream network. If not possible, you can verify it by using your loop test readings and verifying your system that way. If your loop readings between your earth and your neutral are close, it's either that you've got a TNS or a TNCS. If they are almost exactly the same, within a decimal fraction, you more than likely got a TNCS system. If the vast differences, that means you've either got a disconnected earth somewhere or you've got a very small earth. You can do a quick verification like that. Now, there's a different way that you can understand this, and this is simply understanding the characters. T stands for Terra, I isolated, N stands for neutral, C is combined, S is separated. So if I had to ask you that question again, T and S, my earth and my neutral are separated all the way. T and C is earth and neutral are combined and they separate at my premises. T and C, old installations, they combined all the way through. There's never a separation between earth and neutral. TT, earth, earth. I've got my earth, you've got your earth. There's no direct connection. IT, isolated earth or impedance on earth. Only really applicable to hospitals and factories and the like. Okay. So you would tick the appropriate block there. Characteristics of your supply. Now here you're indicating your declared voltages, how many phases, so what you are expecting further on. Yeah, Annexure J clarifies, just to answer Daniel, it is what the council supplies to your premises. And you would verify that, but typically if you go look at older installations, you would typically have the supply point inside your premises. You can verify it and see how it is supplied to your premises visually. So a lot of houses in Randburg would be TNCS. Most houses, in fact, are TNCS, with a combination point either in the pillar box or at your supply point, where it's supplied into your premises. But if you go read Annexure J, it gives you that full explanation of how to verify it. There we go. So voltage, do I have a single phase system, 230? I'm expecting 230, or do I have a 2-3 phase system, 400 volts standard in South Africa? There you go. 5 to 5 you'll typically find in factories, or is the other? There's many other declared voltages like 720 volts on some factories, 1,000 volts, etc. You indicate your standard declared voltage. If it's a three-phase system, you are looking for 400 volts. Doesn't matter if you're measuring 415, that you declare later, because you're measuring it and you're verifying it. This is what I want. This is what I'm getting. Number of phases, 1, 2, or 3. You do still get 2-phase installations in older parts of Joburg. I know they're common. But number of phases, 1, 2, or 3. Phase rotation, clockwise or anti-clockwise. Both are correct. You're just verifying it, what you're getting from council. Council has a tendency to swap phase rotation quite commonly. Okay. If it's a single phase installation, just leave clockwise or anti-clockwise blank. You're more than welcome to write not applicable next to it. That's just an addition on your part. You just leave it blank. Frequency 50 hertz or other, or is it a DC supply? Okay, frequency 50 hertz, other. Other could be multiple other industries that use different frequencies, like airports and textile industries and so forth. Main switch type, we'll go a bit deeper into this a bit later, or maybe I can just do it now quickly. Your main switch type. I'm going to jump backwards and forwards. Your main switch type, if you have to look at it, a switch disconnector, a fuse switch, a circuit breaker, earth leakage circuit breaker, or a fuse or earth leakage switch disconnection is determined as follows. There's a fuse switch, there's an earth leakage with overload, so it's an earth leakage circuit breaker, there's a disconnector. You can easily identify this by looking on the physical device and looking for what type it is. Is it a switch? Is it a disconnector? Is it a switch disconnector? Is it a circuit breaker? Is it a circuit breaker suitable for isolation? On load, off load, etc. So if I had to look, for example, onto this circuit breaker here, it's got an X and a line. That means it's a circuit breaker suitable for disconnection. Circuit breaker suitable for disconnection, and the neutral is a disconnector, offload disconnector. Okay. Sorry. Let me just jump back. So you would select what you have available to you, and if it conforms. If it doesn't conform, naturally you would change it, and then you would indicate the one that does conform. You can have a disconnector as a main switch. There are cases where you can have a disconnector as a main switch, and it would be perfectly acceptable. Okay. There are cases where your supply breaker would be your overcurrent breaker, and you'll have a main disconnector inside. That is acceptable. There is provisions in SANS 10142 for the scenario. If you go and read, I think it's 6914, if I remember correctly now, then there's specific requirements for that scenario to be applicable. But your main switch would be your switch disconnector. It's the point where the user switches off the electrical installation supplied. Okay, number of poles, current rating, and short circuit rating. That's all on the physical device. Now the importance here is your KA rating will be verified later when you do your PSCC. So you do your PSCC and you verify to your main switch. Will my main switch explode under fault condition? Go.
Anthony, I've seen, so this is a section where a lot of people get confused. Can you maybe just go to that page where you were with the different different circuit breakers on?
That's one.
Yes. So it's quite easy with CBI. Who asked there? Tefo. Because the CBI one, the switch disconnector, on-load isolator, both have green toggles. If you look at the earth leakage at the bottom, it has a white toggle on it. Then it means it's a circuit breaker. So if you have the normal circuit breaker, the one you see at the top left, and the toggle, the left toggle is white, then you know it's a circuit breaker. If it's both green, you know it's a switch disconnector. Then it doesn't have overload properties. It cannot trip at 63 amps. So the circuit breaker in the middle, that is a circuit breaker. It will trip on overload. It is not an on-load isolator. We find it so many times where this is just filled in completely wrong. Yeah, I think what you also can do, yes, Annexure N, what Anthony showed. Go look in the book. Go stand in front of the DB with your book. Look at the drawings, the symbols. Look at the symbols. Look at what's on the circuit breaker. Then you will start to learn what is what type. If it's a circuit breaker, it has overload properties. If it's a switch disconnector, on-load isolator, it doesn't trip on overload. I hope that helps, Stefan. Okay. Anthony, sorry, if you can just go back to the previous slide as well. No, not this one. The one with the writing, yes, there. Point of control for alternative supply. I think you took this one out of the other one. So if you take earth leakage switch disconnector or earth leakage, or are you still getting to that, Anthony, on the test report? To that section. I think you're still getting to that. Okay, never mind. You can continue.
What did you want to say?
No, the rating 30 milliamp and then other milliamp.
Okay,
So but
that's coming.
you'll cover that, yeah.
Yeah, that's still coming of the ratings of your earth leakage. But it's very important you read your device. Okay. Because remember, if you go read 6.9.1, you must have a main switch disconnector that disconnects the installation from the supply. If you go read 6.7, each conductor shall be protected by overcurrent protection device. These can be separate devices or it can be the same device. So you just need to make sure which one is your main switch disconnector. What is giving you the control? Okay. Now, let's continue. There was just a bit of jumping backwards and forwards, because I know that this is dealt with a little bit deeper there. Rated earth leakage tripping current. Now you indicated the rated tripping current for the earth leakage. Okay. Your rated earth leakage tripping current is, as a standard, 30 milliamps. Now, why did they choose 30 milliamps and not 50 milliamps? Does anybody know? In the chat. Anybody? Well, over 20 can be lethal. If you've got a heart, if you've got a stent or something, over 20 can easily be lethal. You can die from about 20 milliamps. So 30 is perfectly in the middle between 20 and 50 milliamps of what is known as your let go limit. Where you can still force your hand open while being electrocuted. You can die from 30 milliamps, you can die from 20 milliamps quite easily if you become the conductor. But at 30 milliamps, you still are given a chance between 20 to 50 as a standard human being to let go. It's called your limit to let go. And that's why it's important that we test this, because we're actually protecting the people here. So you're indicating here, what is the standard rating here? Now, normal rating is 30, but you do get all the earth leakages which are rated at 20. If you are doing agricultural, horticultural site, you could have an earth leakage that does 300, and so on. Okay. Are the older units acceptable? Yes. But you're testing it based on its rating. Okay. I gave, just to answer this girl, Samsung, I did give you the clauses earlier, 6914. We're utilizing your supply authority's circuit breaker for overload. There's two specific clauses. That's one of them. Yeah, we're talking about the completion now. Now you're verifying, is there surge protection? If there is, you would go look at 676 and Annex I, which will stipulate how and what is required for this. Okay. It doesn't mean you are covering it. It's just it's warning you as the registered person that there might be additional test reports required, additional tests to be done. Because yes, this is here. Is it here? Yes. Is it compulsory? No, it's based on risk assessment. Okay. And those risk assessments are documented quite well in the code and in the various codes, the code references. Then it asks, is lightning protection installed? Now the difference between surge and lightning protection, one is internal, one is external. Surge is typically your internal lighting protection. Lighting protection typically refers to your external lighting protection as a whole. And it would include your internal at that stage when you've got external lighting protection. Because when you do have external lighting protection, you will have internal lighting protection according to the standards that are applicable. So it's very important. When I read lighting protection, I go to the relevant standard. There might be a safety report there that I would have to attach as well. Okay. Okay, it's asking you if it's there, not whether or not you are covering it. Is it there? Okay. Now it's asking you, is there alternative suppliers in the store? So is there alternative sources of energy? Basically meaning, is there an inverter, generator, any form of alternative source of energy other than your conventional source on the premises? If there is, you tick yes. Then you go through 712 and you go verify that they're safe if they affect your installation. If they're not, you tick no. If, let's say, you are working on a site and the site does have a generator, but it's not affecting your specific portion, would you tick yes, that it is there, so that people know, listen, here there is, and I've taken note that there is? Or do you take no and just be ignorant about it? Because you're busy warning people. It's not that you're covering it, you're identifying that it is there. Okay. Is any part of the installation a specialized electrical installation? This is like medical locations, hazardous locations. PV is not a specialized location. It's a normal electrical installation with a DC component. So is any part of it specialized? So for example, if you've got a petrol station or you've got a factory where a part of it is specialized and a part of it is a safe area, tick yes or no. Even the IE would tick yes. If he's working on a factory inside the office building, for example, you will identify that there is a hazardous location area. But when he gets to comments, you'll mention the hazardous area location does not affect me. So he excludes himself from it. Okay. Is any part above 1,000 volts? So this is where you've got an on-site transformer or you've got a step-up, step-down transformer. Like on a farm or whatever, you step it up, run it, step it down. So if you've got any of those types of installations, you tick yes. If you're not working in any of those type of installations or you're not covering them, you still tick yes. If it's not there, you tick no. But if you do tick yes, there will be additional documentation required. Okay. Now, Leon has something very important to say here. But let me first just get through the description. So description, this is where you describe what you are doing. What work are you carrying out? What work are you covering? This is also an opportunity for you to attach additional documentation to explain the work you are busy carrying out. Okay. So, if, for example, you are doing a big, massive job, and you've got your layout of the installation, and you get issued a drawing and all sorts of stuff. You can utilize that drawing as part of your description, and you say, description of what is covered in Annex to A to F. You can do that. Or you can say, TI installation, tenant installation based on XYZ, blah, 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 and attach documentation to further substantiate what you're covering. Very important. With PV, it's extremely important. I mean, for a basic PV installation, you should have at least about 20 odd pages to your CoC, at least. And that's just to cover your backside. Not even to warn your client. Okay. So this description in section 3 is important. Don't half-ass it. Leon?
Yeah, it said there that this is the description of the installation covered by this report. Now, we've all learned, you right there, this is a 3-bedroom house with a toilet and a kitchen and a scullery. And then you go. The problem is, I need to know what is in this, on this installation. How does this installation look like? I don't care if it's 3 bedrooms or 20 bedrooms. That doesn't give me any information. If you write there, 3 bedrooms, 2 socket outlets in 1 bedroom, both are crap 3, that is a description of an installation. But it was description of installation, not description of the property. Like Anthony mentioned, add sketches, diagrams, notes, your single line diagram, your put your scope of work in here. Add or write there that you're adding your scope of work here. Put your quote or your invoice. Add your invoice in here. You can even just make black lines over your pricing or whatever. Because if this thing gets to the department or in court or wherever, and they're going to ask you, but what did you do? And there's no description here. How will you cover yourself? I have an example of an installation where the first contractor did the solar installation, and 2 years later, the second contractor came to add another Greta inverter with 20 panels. 2 years later, another contractor came to replace the battery. On all 3 of those certificates, the contractors wrote in the description of installation, this is a 5 kilowatt or this is a 20 kilowatt inverter Victron installation with 50 panels or 100 panels and a battery. All 3 of them wrote it there. The problem is, who is responsible for what of that installation now? So the department will say, okay, all 3 contractors that sign each certificate that says exactly the same, you go and fight it out. I'm going to stand here until everything is fixed. You replace the battery, you made 5,000 Rand profit. Now you have to fix that installation that's going to cost 500,000 Rand to fix. You can go and fight it in court, 50,000 Rand a day. So, do you understand that the description of installation covered by this report is a very important aspect of the CoC? Because it says what you did not do. It's very, very important that you put in everything that you do in here. if you do a renovation of a house or half a house, and you put in there drawings, and you only you indicate half of the house, that is what you did. Great stuff. Then you're getting somewhere. But this is very, very important to have it done correctly. Thank you, Anthony.
Very, very, very correct. And I always like to use an example, and this is a simple example. One of our members uses a basic attachment to every single one of his COCs, and he's been doing it for many years, where he basically just makes a little bit of he writes down the matrix of the installation. He says, bedroom one, it's one Crabtree socket, there's this center light, ball light, there's this fan, blah, 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 blah. And he just documents the installation like that, where he indicates it in basically an installation matrix. And he goes through the installation like that, and he attaches this document to his COC. So number one, he knows exactly how his counts are. His counts are accurate, and he's got a document of everything that's there. Now, how this saved him on numerous occasions is, I'd take the one example. A client phones him and says, you issued the COC on my house. And if you've ever issued a COC, that's you know that in your loins, it irritates you when somebody says, you issued the COC on my house. And now the following is not working. So you issued the COC on my house, the lights aren't working. So he goes out, takes a copy of this documentation, because he keeps copies of all of his documentation in filing and everything. So he goes out, verifies it. Starts walking through the house with the guy, asks the guy, where's your COC? Doesn't have it. Lawyers have it. And he says, that's fine, here's the copy. So he looks at it, he's like, there used to be a center ball light in this lounge. Why is there now 12 downlights here? And these are the lights that aren't working. So the client tried to take advantage, because he issued the COC for the work that he carried out. Very, very, very important. The better your description, the more likely you are to confirm it. I've also got a member contractor who takes a short video of each room and verifies it that way. There's lots of ways to do it. And with the fact that you get 15 gigs on Google means you can back a lot of things up for free. It's not that difficult. See, somebody's got their hands up. iPhone?
Hey, Anthony, Scott here. How you, bud?
Good, good. Again, you with your iPhone.
Yeah, you do know me and my iPhone. Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Leon's saying. Every inspection that I do, I draw my distribution boards. I know it's a mission, but it comes back on breakers getting added after you've been in that installation, the way it was wired, stuff that was taken off earth leakage, you know, once you've left the installation and you've signed off, becomes a big problem. And I think sort of the common consensus amongst contractors as well, you know, the amount of time I'm now and the amount of paperwork that I'm going to have to do for the amount that I've been paid. The problem is, do you want to end up in front of somebody and you're now going to have questions thrown at you? So just a thought going forward, draw your boards, you know, and attach.
Yeah.
Just my part.
With drawings, if you do, there's a whole bunch of free programs that I normally recommend that contractors can use. And I'll send a drawings list in the chat. If you do digital drawings, a lot of sites will have similar drawings, and it's just minor changes, then you've got your new site's drawing and stuff like that. As I say, if you make stuff habit, it becomes quicker and easier to do over time. Now, typical attachments that you would put to your installation is drawings, layouts. I mean, you can do an installation layout by hand and just attach it. Additional test reports, which I'll expand on now. Maintenance information. specifically in the PV realm, maintenance information is going to save you a hell of a lot of time and money over the time. If you attach the maintenance instruction from let's say SunSync or whatever, that says you have to verify this installation, or you have to tighten the terminals every 2 months, or you have to do XYZ in X amount of time, you have a foot to stand on. If they ever complain and say, yeah, you issued the CFC and now the inverter is not doing what it's supposed to. You ask them, where is the maintenance you carried out? That's part of the handover package I gave you. Oh, I didn't know. I can give you the copy of the object and you can say, I didn't know. Does that make you legally liable? Yes, because ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Okay. So you can attach multiple different things. I always recommend different things to attach. Drawings is a big thing. A line diagram will save you time and money. There's a lot of free programs that you guys can use. I typically use Q Electrotech for myself because it's freeware and it does have IEC symbols and stuff like that on it. It's quite easy to use. I mean, once you've done one PV installation, you've basically done them all. The only thing that changes is the number of panels in series or so forth, and your DB integration. That's about all that changes. I mean, you still connect positive, negative to an inverter, etc. Okay. So typical attachments to that. Now, on test report side, there's a couple of mandated test reports that you would have. Before I explain to you a different test report after this test report. So additional test reports that come from other standards is like your MV safety report that comes from SANS 10142-2. That's now if you do medium voltage work. This is signed in conjunction with an engineer. So it's a part responsibility between an engineer and a contractor. You'll see there's a dual declaration there of who takes responsibility for what. Installation safety report in SANS 10313. Now there's two certificates in there. There's a maintenance and a lightning protection report. Annexure A and Annexure B. That's now when you're doing lightning protection system, there's an additional test report for that. Hazardous location test report, that's already in our current standard. And the medical location test report is in SANS 10142-1-1. So there's a whole bunch of other test reports that are statutory that you can add as well. Number of circuits and points. I'm not going to go too much in here because everybody knows this. Lighting circuits, lighting points, count each of them. How many circuits do you have that feed how many points? You don't have to go into detail of, I have one circuit breaker feeding this many lights, this feeding this many lights, but you can add more detail. I know of a couple of guys who want to document their circuit breaker sizes and all sorts of stuff like that. That's additional detail that you can add for yourself to protect yourself. But you'll basically just count how many points are there. Points refers to points of consumption, and a circuit is basically from a control point to a point of consumption. That's a circuit, if you're going to go look at the definition. Air conditioning circuit. So you'll see with your fixed appliances, you typically won't document physical units. You'll certify the circuits going to them. Something I do like doing specifically with air cons that plug in is you document the serial numbers under comments and state that these air conditioning circuits are fed from sockets. Here's their serial numbers, so that if something changes, you have proof that you verified it. Okay. Alternative power supply connections, there you'll indicate other circuits you can attach. Now, the second portion of it is where it starts getting a little bit more interesting. Fan circuits, then you've got all of your fixed appliance circuits here. Now, a recommendation I have is you see the space next to cooking, geyser, boil pump, all of that. Write the serial number of the stove, geyser, etc. on there. So that if something does change, you have proof to back yourself up. Alternatively, write it in the comment. Okay. Then we get to earth leakage protects. Now this is, so many people consider this a number. It's not a number, it's a question. Does my earth leakage protect complete installation or only part of my installation? If my earth leakage, be it one or many, covers the complete installation, I say yes. And then I say no in only part. If my earth leakage covers only part of the installation, I say yes and say no in complete. And vice versa. This is to indicate to whoever's reading it that, listen here, not the entire installation is under earth leakage, so that they are protected. So know where to switch. Okay. Very common mistakes on that one. I like to go one step further sometimes, and if it says complete installation, I'll sometimes put in brackets how many there are. 5 earth leakages that cover this whole installation. Or part of the installation, that's the way that I typically prefer doing it. So that I answer the question, but I also put in a number. Okay. So section 3 is pretty straightforward. Just don't guess about numbers. The famous stating here is you send your appy to go count. He comes back with a number. You don't believe him, and then you go count on yourself eventually. The best is always make sure. If you use a system similar to what I mentioned with the matrix, it's sometimes easier because you say in this room there's one double plug, one this, one that, and you go from there. Then you've got it documented already. Then you can count as the registered person. Okay. Section 4, inspection. Normally, inspection precedes testing and should be done with the installation isolated. So this is your visual verification. Inspect the installation to confirm that the equipment has been selected and installed in accordance with this part of SANS 10142 and that it is not so damaged as to impair safety. Okay. Okay. Complete the test report by conforming yes in the appropriate block. No answers to any of the statements will prevent you from issuing this report. That's what it currently looks like. A change from you writing down yes, no, or not applicable. And each of these things verify vast array. It used to be about 15. It used to be about 15 questions, but they dwindled it down because a lot of the questions in the old test report were duplications. I mean, if you are verifying that the conductors are the correct carrying capacity, testing, all of that, that the components have been installed, you're already verifying numerous items. And to say, oh, I've selected the correct components, and then later on you mention something else about the components, and then you mention something specific about emergency lighting, you've already technically covered it under one point. And a lot of people don't like it, but it does make it easier. But you must understand, as soon as you tick yes here, you're not ticking yes to a simple one-line question. That one-line question expands. So let's look at it. Question number 1. Conductors of the correct rating and current carrying capacity for the protected devices and connected load. So I'm checking whether or not my cables are correct. They are correct rating, meaning voltage. They have the correct current carrying capacity. They have the correct KA rating. How many people here have ever checked the KA ratings of the cables they install? Because if you did not know, that KA rating is crucial. That KA rating is crucial for you. Because you won't go and install a 16mm cable on a 40Ka DB, for example, because it's outside of its short circuit rating. The only way you would is if you prove it by means of calculation. You're also citing that you've taken into account the 5% volt drop for that installation. So I've taken into account the load and everything. There we go. So just by ticking that one yes, you verified all of this for all the cables on site, or that you are covering. 2, components have been correctly installed and are accessible when necessary. Now you are checking for correct installation as per manufacturer instructions, whether or not they're operating correctly, parts that may require maintenance, that you've got accessibility to reset them and so forth. You're also making sure that this thing's not hanging by one screw, all of those practicalities like that. Disconnecting devices. Disconnecting devices are correctly located and that all switchgear switches to phase conductors. Disconnecting devices has 2 options. There's 2 parts to the question. Is it located correctly? And does it disconnect the correct conductors? So when we look at disconnecting devices, there's multiple options. Everybody likes to hamper on 616.1.2. Is it by the device or in the DB? But if you've got a motor, there'll be other options as well. Is it adjacent, within arm's reach, within line of sight, lockable enclosure, lockable in its own right, etc. There's a lot of different options with isolators that are documented in 616 that still could comply with regards to the locations. For example, if my gate motor's isolator is not next to it, I don't have to have one next to it. I could have one within line of sight, as long as it's clear. I could have one in the DB as long as it's lockable, etc. Because the code has an essence of reasonability around, so your location is important. The second thing you answer is, does it disconnect the correct conductors? So does it connect phase and live conductors? Phase is only in 3-phase, lives on switches, live and neutral for single-phase isolators, and never your neutral alone. If you ever want to have fun and you've got a 3-phase installation at your house, disconnect your main neutral and you'll see what happens. You never disconnect the neutral alone, it's going to create a lot of fun for you. Okay. Labeling. Probably the most important thing in the OSHAC is labeling, because everywhere you see in the OSHAC that tells you, put a sign, do this, label, warn the people of dangers, all of that type of stuff. So you have a responsibility to ensure your circuits, fuses, switching devices, terminals, earth leakage units, circuit breakers, and distribution boards are correctly and permanently identified, marked, or labeled. Pay attention to cascaded systems because they'll need an additional label. Double check every circuit, especially existing labels. Don't just trust the previous electrician. And this is just feeding into that distrust electricians have of electricians. Don't trust the next guy. Verify it. Everything labeled in accordance with 4.2. Now, if you go read table 4.2, you'll see there's a cheat sheet of a whole bunch of labels that are required in accordance with SANS 10142. It's about 2 pages long. You can go reference that and make sure, okay, I don't have that, I don't have that. And you can actually just check that it's labeled correctly. Ensure that labels are properly fixed and permanent, indelible. Means it mustn't be removed. It must be purposefully removed if it is removed. It mustn't just fall off. It mustn't just rub off. Somebody must have intention to remove the label. That's what it says. You don't have to label a socket outlet. There's specific places you are label the socket outlets. Section 4 test. Now, the test section is very clear. It's got 15 basic safety tests that you would carry out on an installation. And you must make sure you document it correctly. Some of the notable changes are the compliant verifications, where instead of writing a value for bonding, you say tick. And that's because of the way that they've removed it simply being an instrument to that you can also use that we can simply use a buzz tester, etc., that it is still applicable. Okay. Continuity of bonding. Now, bonding changed in 2020. Bonding changed in 2020, where instead of you verifying the continuity of bonding between your DB and your exposed conductive parts, they changed it in 2020 that you confirm your bonding conductors between all exposed conductive parts within arm's reach, or C annexure A of each other. So you would verify whether or not anything within arm's reach, if you go read the definition, it's 2.5 meters up, 1.25 meters out, 1.25 meters down, 0.75 meters in. If you can reach anything within that bubble, you would have to verify the bonding between them, that they're the same potential. You use a test device. It doesn't say an instrument anymore. It used to say an instrument. It shall have a supply. So the test device itself shall utilize a supply of no load DC or AC of 4 to 24 volts and a current of at least 0.2 amps. In each case, the resistance shall not exceed 0.2 ohms. So that indicates that the maximum resistance you're allowed to get is 0.2 ohms, but also that you need to inject a voltage of 4 to 24 volts and utilize a current of at least 0.2 amps. Meaning you can't use your typical household multimeter for this test, as it doesn't produce that voltage or amperage. You typically use an IRT, an insulation resistance tester, an ohm setting, or you'd use, there's multiple other testers who would be able to produce it. You can just verify that. Okay. So what is an exposed conductive part? It's any part that can be easily touched and is not live under normal conditions, but can be come live under fault conditions. Test number 2, resistance of earth continuity conductors. One of the most important tests you have, because this verifies your test whether or not your earth conductor, going back to your DB, is of a low enough resistance to trip your circuit breaker effectively. If I had to summarize it to the layman, it's that your resistance is low enough to trip a circuit breaker. And that's what you verify and test it against. Determine the resistance of earth continuity conductors between the earth terminal of the distribution board under test and the earthing terminals of all points of consumption and switches supplied from the distribution board. The value shall not exceed those given in table 8.1. So there's a different set of values here. But additionally, in 2020, they adopted a different option that you can have. And this is more in alignment with the British specification. In instances where it's not practical to measure the resistance suitability of the earth continuity conductor, it can be confirmed by doing an earth loop impedance test from a point of consumption. Meaning you do an earth loop test from your socket, then you don't have to measure the physical resistance of the earth with that long lead, etc. Okay, and you do it in accordance with 851. So table 8.1 looks like that. And based on your rated current of your protected device, uses various readings that you should achieve. Let me see if I can do some background noise suppression, yeah?
Yeah, I checked all the mics. All the mics are off, Anthony. I don't know where it's
But
coming.
what do you hear? Is it the inverter? Is it what?
No, it's like somebody talking in the background. I don't know if it's maybe where you are, but it's the only one I can think. No, it's still there, Anthony.
Okay.
Okay, it's gone now.
That's gone because I muted. Okay. Very important with socket outlets. You must always test through your socket outlets and include the resistance of your earth pin in the measurements. So that means you must test through the socket. So a typical socket will have a construction like this. Where it's got a little plate and a little plate, and when you insert your socket, it touches those two plates. Now what happens over time is they bend out. And then the resistance through the socket disappears. Okay. So ensure you can use the correct test procedure and ensure you have a test plug top for this test. Continuity of ring circuits. Okay, so ring circuits. So a typical ring circuit has two lives that go around, two neutrals that go around to effectively have two parallel conductors and reduce the size of the current carrying capacity of the conductors. So what you would do is you disconnect these and measure the physical resistance of that loop going around like that. And that reading must just be as close to zero as possible. Then you've got earth loop impedance. Now, very important here, 8651 is people always ask, what is the maximum earth loop you're allowed? And unfortunately, it doesn't tell you outright in the book. It just gives you means to calculate it. So it says your maximum impedance is indicated as Z, shall be such that an earth fault current double the rated current. So you must double the current of the main protected device. So it's this main circuit breaker. Automatically disconnects the supply to the installation. Now, if you apply Ohm's law to the values that they give you, this is the formula that you are left with. Now, because you're measuring between a phase and earth, what will your voltage be? It'll always be your single phase voltage of 230. So that's where the calculation comes from. And if we had to calculate basic indication, neutral conductors, where neutral conductors provided, test neutral loop impedance for a low voltage distribution system. For this test, using the same instrument as A651, both neutral and earth get clamped together. So for the neutral one, you clamp both together. To carry out this test, switch off the main switch and disconnect the main neutral so as to minimize parallel earth and neutral paths. Connect the test leads. Test leads to the line side of the supply. The resistance reading should normally be lower than that calculated for earth loop impedance. At no stage may the neutral impedance be higher than that of the calculated earth conductor. The introduction of the neutral impedance will be 6 months after the publication of this document. That would be the date that is compulsory is from February 2021. So from February 2021, you would have had to start using earth loop impedance as well. So to verify earth loop impedance, if we had to look at it slightly, your loop is equal to V over 2 ICB. So you've got a 60 amp main switch, 230 volts, 230 divided by 120 is 1.92 ohms. If I had to do the same with a 50 amp, I'll end up with 2.3 ohms, etc. If I do it with a 20 amp main switch, like on most of your inverters, you'll end up with a 5.75 ohms, and so forth. Okay. Everybody with me? 63 is 1.83. Okay. So most meters utilize this to calculate your PSCC. So when we get to this test, and if your reading is too high, what do? What do you do if your earth loop impedance is too high? Because I've seen people issue COCs and the earth loop impedance is 20, 30 ohms. And I'm like, how have you justified the issuing of the certificate? They're like, no, because it was right. So there's two ways. Either you fix the problem or you protect the people. Now, there is cases where the neutral might also have a high resistance and it won't solve your problem. I've had those cases as well. That's typically when taps and shit shock you as well. But you try and test upstream if possible. Check for loose and bad connections on your side to make sure your side is clear. That's what testing upstream will do anyway. But there is a secondary option. You go read 8654 and the portion in 673, if I remember correctly. You can install a current limiting device at your supply point. Now, this current limiting device can be in the form of 100 milliamp earth leakage at your supply point to ensure that there is that limits the touch voltage to 25 volts for not exceeding 5 seconds. Okay. So you've got those options, either fix it or protect the people. Okay. Then your PSCC is done at your main switch. Okay. It's either calculated or measured. There used to be a third way. And people love this way because they used to take advantage of this way. What was that way? Somebody in the chat, let me know. See, Leon is off. Is you here? You back? From the supplier, my friend. Hey. From the supplier. So the supplier would have provided you with the reading. But I don't know about you. When I phone my supplier and ask them what PSCC reading is for my site, I don't get an answer. I get a very confused dial tone. if I ask the inspector on the site, do. The place where from supplier would be relevant would be like at a mall where an engineer has designed and would know based on calculation exactly what the PSCC is at your specific unit or so forth. But from the supplier, no. So that was taken out, and you've only got two options: calculate or measure it. Calculation can be in the form of 8.4. It gives you examples of calculation for both AC and DC. Additionally, if you measure it, make sure your instrument can handle the PSCC. If you use Leon's fancy one, I think his has a limit of 40 kA or something stupid like that. But if you're using your dead standard testers like your Toptronic, etc., like that, they are typically limited to either 10 or 6 kA, respectively. Yeah. T1825, very common device. My favorite test, most useful test you can ever come across in your life. Also the most incorrectly tested test. Sarel? Your hand is up. The UT593 has about a 20, I think it's 20 or 25 kA that they rate it to. Sarel? Okay. But I'll take off that setting. You can unmute. Oh, try now. Sorry, I see the setting was on.
Hi, I think that we got it now.
There we go. Yes. What's up?
I was just curious about the calculations. I know you're supposed to prove your calculations and everything, but how do you know that everything is correct? Do you just trust that all the cables are tightened and all the cables are installed correctly? Or how do you know that? Because it's easy, yeah, okay, you can get your transformer readings, you can get your cable sizes and everything, but if you can't test, but you have to calculate, how do you know that is 100% correct? Do you just visually inspect all your cables?
If you've used the calculation method, you've had to, number one, correct the confirm the conductor sizing, conductor connections, and everything. It's the same thing when you test, you get a value. How do you know that value is correct? You verify it against your protection devices and everything that they are rated for that value.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Is Leon back yet? Leon? Okay.
Anthony, Leon says his internet is giving crap. He's going to be back now. He's just trying to sort it out. You must just carry on a bit.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay. So, elevated voltage between neutral. Can somebody who's volunteering to tell me how to test this specific method?
And of course, players playing for contracts and other team as well. So what you finish off the guys' presentation. I don't know. They don't want to. Oh, you have your stone for this afternoon. I think a bit of
I'm going to just activate that other setting again. There we go. So Dion is 100% correct. You test your incoming neutral. And what's your second point? Ground. Now there's a reason it says ground. And it's very important that this is understood. Because when I'm measuring between neutral and earth in my DB, you must remember that they are 99% of the time they are connected on the start point of your transformer. If you're testing between your main earth bar and your main neutral bar, you are testing incorrectly. Point. You test it between neutral and an external earth. So shove a screwdriver into the ground, under a door frame. There's multiple ways to get an external earth. You can test it and go verify it. But the reason you do it is so that you don't test the start point of the transformer and come to a 1 volt, 2 volt reading. Because the only thing that produces voltage at that is the length of the cable. You want it to be accurate, so you test it to an external source. Now go. You notify the supplier if it exceeds 25 volts. You can still issue a CoC if it's above 25 volts. But you have to notify the supplier that their installation is becoming unsafe. Disconnect and notify the supplier if it exceeds 50 volts. So 50 volts is important. You disconnect the installation, so live neutral. But they cannot utilize it. So you make sure they can't use the installation. Disconnect the earth is disconnecting a safety conductor. 50 volts is your safety voltage. But yeah, you issue an extra H, if it exceeds 50 volts. Then you can't issue the CoC anymore because you've disconnected this entire installation for purpose of safety. Okay. Measure from main neutral at the DB to an independent earth. The nice thing about using this test is you can also use it to check if there's a voltage on your earth. And it's very multifaceted. Okay. So you measure between your main neutral and any external earth. Now, how do you fix it? See if you can find any loose connections. It could be a loose neutral, could be a loose pen conductor. Check upstream if you can. If it's above 50 volts, switch off immediately. CoC may not be issued. Insulation resistance testing. So we go to 868 in SANS 1142. It's in SANS 1142. Is Annex H, but I'll send a copy in the chat. Okay. Before power is connected to any new or altered circuit, you test for insulation resistance. Should be carried out to ensure there's no short circuit or high impedance faults in the installation, that it is safe to energize. So for new installations and altered installations, you do the test to verify whether or not it's safe to energize. But I know you electricians, what do? You connect and you switch it on. If it trips, you try switch it on again, 1 or 2 more times until it stops tripping. Then you know that you've burnt the cable or somewhere. Or if it keeps tripping, you know there's actually a fault. And then you go start looking for it. But it's supposed to prevent that. Okay. Note 2, in the case of existing installations where the power may not be switched off, that's very key. It's not all existing installations, it's installations where the power may not be switched off, like a server room, etc. From certain circuits, in order to carry out this test, the fact that the circuits are subject to supply voltage can be regarded as evident that the insulation resistance is compliant. Okay. So it just gives you a path to verify, like a server room, etc. Insulation resistance is done with at least twice the minute nominal voltage. So if you've got 230, you double it. You've got 400, you double it. With a minimum of 500 volts. In the case of AC, you test between each phase conductor and either the neutral or the earthing conductor. And in the case of DC, between positive and negative. I also like to test phase-to-phase sometimes, in 3-phase, because you might have a leakage down to a phase, which might cause a problem later. Okay. Ensure your fuses are in place, circuit breakers are in place, and loads can be disconnected. Good. The worst reading you can get is at least 1 meg ohm. It has to be higher than 1 million ohms. Voltage at dB, no load. So you switch off all the load to your dB and measure the voltage that's supplied. Notify your supplier if it's outside of the ranges. Your acceptable ranges are plus or minus 10%. That comes from 5.3.2.A. Standard voltages in South Africa are 230 or 230-400. With a tolerance of 10%, meaning your acceptable range is anywhere from 207 to 253. Okay. 810 voltage full load. Now this is also one that changed because it used to just be voltage at full load, and you could either take it at full load or you calculate for it at full load. That's how it basically works now. So if you've got a 63 amp breaker, you put on 63 amps and you measure the full load voltage. Okay? What's up with all the email addresses in the chat? Weird. Just email addresses everywhere.
Dan die manne vra om die recording te mail, maar ons sal dit mos post en dan kan hulle mos self dit download.
Yeah. Okay. Switch on the maximum available load and measure the voltage at the point of control. So that first sentence indicates that if I've got a 63 amp breaker, I put on 63 amps and I measure the voltage. That voltage is my full load voltage. It adds a second question, calculate for full load conditions and notify the supplier. So if I can't achieve my full load, I have to simulate my full load. If that voltage is outside regulatory limits, you send it through. So that means I have to simulate my full load. How do I do that? Calculate. Perfect. Okay. Leon, are you back now?
Yes, but my internet is down, so I'm on my phone.
So can I still make you co-host? Just so you can quite.
Okay.
There you go. Cool. So you have a bit of control as well. So if I had to simulate for full load conditions, I would take a measurement at voltage no load, which will be, let's say we measure voltage no load as 240 volts. As an example, this is an example, and copy this to the T. I would then take a voltage at a known load. So let's say I put on 10 amps. I use 10 amps because it's the easiest to explain. You can work out the percentages of your unique situations. So I put on a 10 amp load. And then I measure the voltage. And let's say it's 235. Now that's a bit of a hectic drop. Let's say it's 239 volts. So at 10 amps, that's 239 volts. I have a 63 amp breaker. So voltage full load will be at, let's say we've got a 60 amp breaker just for calculation purposes. We've got a 60 amp breaker. That means for every 10 amps, I drop a volt. That means I'm going to drop 6 volts at the end. So I would have 234 as my full load voltage calculated. And that's just because, to expand it, at 10 amps, I drop 1 volt. Six times 10 amps, because it's a 60 amp breaker. What do you go? 6 volts. That'll give you a 6 volt rate. And you'll go from there. So your calculated, in this case, will be 234. Is that within the regulatory limits? Yes, it's acceptable. Okay. Oh. Value of your operation of your earth leakage units. So now you're making sure that your earth leakage trips and doesn't trip at the correct times. So the unit must sustain a leakage of 50% and trip at 100%. So it must not trip at 50%. If it trips at 15 milliamps over 30 milliamp earth leakage, it's incorrect. And it must trip at 100%. So anything between 51% to 100% is correct. You guys are more worried about what happens afterwards than anything else. I'll explain it at the end. Okay. Operation of test button. You press the button and make sure it's operational. It's a test of functionality. This is why we have earth leakage. So There's a leakage current developed in the toaster. He completes the circuit. There's a current flowing over his heart, and he electrocutes to death. Okay. Polarity at points of consumption. Now you verify that all single pole switching devices switch the phase conductors. The phase terminals in fixed appliances and all single phase socket outlets have been connected to the phase conductor. The center contact of his Edison screw lamp is live. Your outer contact of your Edison screw lamp cannot be live. If it is live, it is unsafe, meaning that the user can access live parts before disconnection of the lamp. You could electrocute and kill somebody. You record your polarity on a separate sheet and attach it to your CoC. It's always a good recommendation. It's a way to protect yourself. Phase rotation and identification is maintained throughout the system. So what I have in my point of supply, I have in my point of consumption, that your phase rotation is maintained. Okay. Just confirm that it is, that your phase rotation is continuous through your installation. This is probably, I'm making a point of this test because it's become a point recently. This test is often forgotten for its importance. All switching contacts make and break contact. There's been recent cases, and I hamper on this because it is important. A lot of plumbers electrocuting to death, etc., where they switch off test and don't know what it's been saying. But your verification here makes sure that a switch works. I'm not saying that there's no requirement for a plug to have a switch, but where it does have a switch, it must work. Because we as humans have this innate ability to trust something with a switch. You get guys who switch off a switch and then start working on a device without disconnecting it completely. You get people who verify installations and they don't switch off completely. It's crucial to switch off. There's a case, what, 5 odd years ago, where a 24-year-old plumber was found dead in a roof. He was sitting, busy changing the element or whatever the hell he was doing up there. And he switched off the isolator and made sure it's dead. His multimeter was still on next to him. But he didn't have the competence to verify we didn't have the competence to verify that there was still 116 volts floating through that switch when it was in the off position. So you make sure that it switches. At time of testing, everything must switch correctly. That is what you're testing here. You must have proof that it switches off. Does the switch operate? Yes. Document it. Or when you tick yes here, you must have the back end, have images, whatever. Must switch off. You test this either with a socket tester, multimeter. There's multiple ways to verify. But you must understand that a switch must switch properly. Unless it is broken, in which case it needs to be replaced. Comments, this is where you cover your ass. This is where you indicate what's not covered, what is covered, if there's anything special, like if there's compliance things plugged in, etc. Yeah, and you also put reference to any attachments that you might have additionally that just support your installation, like your maintenance information, etc. You can also do that here. You've got your comment section. Section 5, now this is where you declare that you completed this test report for the testing and inspection of the premises, particulars of which are described in Section 3, big handprints on Section 3, to certify that the installation was done in accordance with this part of 101.4.2. How do you test an earth leakage feeding a geyser? Very good question. Very simply, you can either just create a little Janus coupler with crocodile clips and test it that way. Just make sure it connects to the terminals. There's many ways to do it. A lot of the newer testers come with either a plug or leads. Just use the leads. If you've got a combi tester that does earth leakages as well, use the supplied leads. Okay. So your signatory is limited to the installation described in section 3. So what you signed for here is in section 3. Okay. So name of registered person, that's you, the registered person, surname and full initials. So this is one point where you can put in initials. I recommend to put in the name. Registration certificate number, that's your license number, not your GNGS number. Indicate your type of registration, signature date and telephone number. Then you have a second test report, which is called a reticulation test report. That's also found in section 8.7. It's got very minor differences to it. I'm just going to show you guys the differences on the document. So that you guys can highlight it quickly, and then we're going to get on to how to cover PV. Because now we've been talking about installations, but we haven't specifically covered PV yet. But that should be quick, because it's same thing, just different format. So ECA sells this as a separate CSC, as a reticulation CSC. This is for 716 environments. Like complexes, etc., where you need to sign off the reticulation. Okay, so if we look at this test report directly, the main differences would be you still have the same there, you just have less notes here. Your section 2 has an additional common area. They've removed some of those irrelevant switches and earth systems. They've added an additional, is this 1 of 5 or more new supplies? So if yes, you just indicate your engineer's name there. If no, go from there. Your section 3 is reduced. You've got an additional questions. Are all protected devices capable of withstanding the PACC? And then it's got an additional section 5.2. Which, when you look at 5.2, electricians love filling this bloody thing in, and I don't know why. Maybe they read the first sentence and think, yes, that's me, but they don't read further than that. Compliance of the installation from commencement to commissioning. This is not for you. You've already signed that you've tested the installation. This is for a second party to verify that they have tested and were part of the installation process. Where you have 5 or more new users on a new point of supply, like a complex, etc., where you have got a design engineer. So I, name, being person responsible for testing in accordance with 5.6 of the EIR, ensure that the electrical installation are in accordance with the 101.4.2 and with everything. You are either an AIA with a chief inspector number, like what Leon and them are. A competent person is defined, A, B, or C. That's B, C, or D. Certificated engineer, diploma engineer, etc. Or I'm a professionally registered person. My category of registration is like a PR tech, etc. Registration number from EXA. Name, signature, date, and address. been removed from the normal test report because so many electricians were issuing it incorrectly. When in fact it's so important when engineers design complexes. That's why it's been moved to the reticulation test report, so that engineer doesn't have to sign 300 installation reports. He'll sign the reticulation, which is the main certificate for it. Well, the blue, you would use the reticulation test report when you work on the reticulation. The key is the test report. The CoC itself doesn't change. The test report attached does change. Okay. So the test report, as I told you, there's going to be a formal test report that's going to be adopted in the next revision of SANS 10142, not edition 3.2, edition 3.3 more than likely, which will cover alternative supplies and PV and SSEG completely. In the interim, as a gap closing measure, associations like ECA, ECB, AREP, all of these various associations have been putting in an industry dive for a test report, and we've utilized the one that was in SANS 10142-1-2. Oh, apologies for the beeping. How are you getting around it? Sorry about that. So we've all utilized the one that was published in October 2021, which was in SANS 10142-1-2. That standard has since been withdrawn, so we're still utilizing the test report from that withdrawn standard. So it was legislated for about 3 months until it was withdrawn. So it's a best practice guide. You don't have to necessarily use this one, but it is the best advised one. It's the only one that was published and then withdrawn. Okay. So, very important. On top, it already indicates CoC number. So you attach your CoC number, test report, what for which dB supply is it? So in this case, it would be your inverter supply or etc. What you're testing from, your AC side now. Additional pages, add your additional pages, and then your date. Section 1, your location is exactly the same as on the previous test report. Where it starts changing is section 2, where you start stipulating your inverter portion. So right, first thing first, somebody got hit there nicely. The recording will be shared. It will be available for review. Okay, so the first question is name and serial number of the inverter. Now, if you're doing a single inverter, this makes it very simple. If you're doing multi-inverters, you'll put the master inverter in here and just attach all the details of the slaves. So name and serial number of your inverter. So I've got a SunSync SN blah, 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 blah. You put in your name and your serial number. Then it asks you for type of SSEG installed. Now you'll notice that on the other test report, we put /inverter just for clarity. So we've added to it. So the type is either is it grid tied, off grid, hybrid, or backup. So is it a combination? Is it completely off the grid? Is it tied in with the grid? Or is it simply just a backup system? Okay? Where it's a switched alternative. The total size of your SSEG, how many kVA or kilowatt is it? How many phases does it cover? 1, 2, or 3? If it only covers one phase, it covers one phase. If it covers all 3 phases, it covered all 3 phases. Yeah. If you've got parallel inverters, you must make sure you attach your master here, and your slaves, you just attach all the additional information. Okay. Then it asks you basic questions around your declared voltages. Voltage of your grid supply, 230 volts, 400 volts, 525. Same as previously, you're just indicating what you're expecting from your grid. Output voltage of your inverter, is it a single phase, 3-phase, 5 to 5 volt inverter, etc.? High voltage inverter. The DC voltage rating, that's your battery rating. That's if it doesn't have a battery rating, then you just say other, say not applicable. But most of them will have either 12, 24, 48, 700, 500, etc. You've got the other option for all the various other voltages. How many phases? 1, 2, or 3. Phase rotation, clockwise or anti-clock, there's more for your 3-phase ones. Frequency, is it 50 hertz or is it something else? Or is it a DC? So the only time you'd use the DC is if you've got a DC to DC inverter. Not inverter, it will be a charge controller. But those are few and far between, and you typically have them incorporated or a separate portion. Yeah. Point of control. Remember, this is the point where you switch off your alternative supply. Point of control for your alternative supply. Meaning, where do I switch off the electricity supply? Because you've got 2 disconnectors on a thing where I disconnect the supply to the inverter and where I disconnect the supply from the inverter. This will be the disconnection from the inverter, and then you will see later there's a protection of, no, this is to the inverter, sorry. So it switches off the whole inverter. And then later you'll see there's a disconnection device that's from the inverter. Okay. Okay. You indicate your type of disconnector, etc., as we've already discussed. But now specific to your alternative supply. All those items we've already seen. Rated earth leakage tripping current. Now this is specific to units that are underneath. Underneath earth leakage. So if you've got an earth leakage as your main protective conductor, if your dB was split, you indicate your rating of your earth leakage here as well. Then it asks you various questions. Was lightning protection risk assessment completed? Specifically with PV panels where you have them connected on the roof, where there was a lightning protection installation. Now, this might not be required because you don't affect it, or because it's not present, or you have completed it, or you haven't completed it, or somebody else has completed it. Somebody's making noise. Okay, I'm sorry, I was muted there. So you tick whether it's done or not. You check whether your internal and external lightning protection is present. The SPDs themselves will be a requirement, but you document them apart. This is specific for the lightning risk assessment, where you affect lightning conductors. Anti-islanding. Now this you indicate whether or not the setting for anti-islanding is set correctly. Yes or no. If you have a separate anti-idling device, you will document the device downstairs, and you will still indicate, was it set correctly? Yes, because it's a separate device. If it's got the setting internally, and remember, anti-islanding is just that when the grid falls away, that you do not kill your suppliers, people working on the grid. Your responsibility there is just to ensure that you do not feed back into the grid when the grid is away. Okay. How earth conductors connected to your main earth terminal. This is just in correspondence with 6.11.1, that everything has a path back to the main earth terminal. Yes or no? Do you have the electrical CSC attached to it? So normal electrical CSC covering the parts to it. It's a compulsory question, yes or no. You have to have it attached to this report. The no is just there for if you're documenting a failing test report. But if you're issuing this test report, it has to be a yes. Got to be attached to a CSC. It's an additional test report. I see Dion asks, how take responsibility for this setting? Should this also not be on the form? So your anti-islanding is a standard operation. It switches on or off. Your responsibility is that it is on. Your proof that it is on is that you've set it correctly in the section 2 section. You've indicated yes. If the user changes it later, you've got proof that you left it on. You can also document further. You can also document it further in section 3, where you indicate what you might have done specially for it. Okay. I see, Daniel, you had your hand up. What's up? You disappeared.
Sorry, can you hear me? I'm just a little bit confused with this. Is this only if you've got PV, as in panels installed? There's this sort of COC here. Because the reason I'm asking is I've just got a generator that feeds the whole building in an N+1 system, but on every DB on every floor, I've just got an inverter that keeps the lights and plugs on just for that 10 or 15 seconds. Do I still need to have one of these full listing attached to every single COC?
So you can either use this form or how else are you going to document the DC portion?
Well, I didn't do it. I let some guys do it for me. But what I'm saying is that
But that's the counter question to that argument is, yes, I've got an inverter that's got a battery. How are you documenting the battery portion? Or are you just stating on your standard test report, inverter installation? Where's the DC portion ever tested? So this documents both the DC portions quite well, and that you can actually, it's specific. It adds tests for storage installations, got space for DC fuses, etc. But you need to make sure that you document it accordingly. This one is more designed for panels.
Okay, so that
These
can just
portions for
be-
storage. You could take those portions out for storage and just document those. This test report at the moment is not compulsory, but the rendition of it that is going into the standard will be compulsory.
Is it? Okay, because all they've done is they've just given me a CSV for mains, a CSV when it's on generator, and a CSV for the brief seconds that it's on, sorry, our CSV, a test report, for the brief seconds that it's on in the battery backup kind of thing. But they haven't given me something specific for the battery, so that's what I
So
need then.
the question I would ask is what's covering the
Yeah.
DC?
Okay. Okay.
So
Thank you.
it's not an application of whether I use the CSV or not. You ask them, where is your DC documented at all? Because for a simple UPS system, it's one or two tests that you'd simply just add. Put it on a letterhead. It's just to
Okay.
add.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Continue. Single line diagrams, because they wanted to make single line diagrams compulsory, and I feel they should be. For any SSEG and any inverter installation. So is your SLD attached? Single line diagrams attached? I feel that it is a compulsory requirement because the user doesn't know what's going on. And quick verification for an inspector would be check if he's wired it according to the drawing that is supplied. If he hasn't, then clearly there's something not lacking if the guy can't follow his own drawing. Accessible disconnector. Now this is a contentious point because some suppliers have a special disconnector that they require, and this question gets asked 4 times in this test report because it's important. You will see with your ESCOM. ESCOM has a specific requirement that they want what is known as a DGSL, a dead grid safety lock, which is an arrangement of 2 contactors operates similarly as a central disconnect or a double disconnect in that regard, where it just disconnects the supply and makes sure you cannot feed back. They will require something like that, an automatic disconnection method. Some municipalities will require a manual disconnect. Some supply authorities would want you to have a fireman switch accessible. I know Joburg is busy pushing for a fireman switch on the DC portion from the Joburg Fire Department, which is going to be quite interesting to see how they implement. But have you checked with your supply authority if they need an accessible disconnector? Okay. Because they need a means to disconnect your supply in case they work on a supply, outside of just trusting the anti-islanding operation on the machine. Section 3, your description, exactly the same as Leon said. Describe your installation. With these types of installations, it often assists to attach drawings, all that type of stuff to describe your installation. Section 3 here is quite simple and straightforward. You document here exactly what is being added. So if you've got, for example, external MPPTs, you document them here. If you've got an external, what's it called? Anti-islanding device, then you document it here. You'd say, I've got one of them. There we go. Okay. So, but starting from the top, number of panels or modules. So let's say I've got a typical 8-panel kit. I've got 8 panels connected in series. Okay. Number of panels or modules. So a panel is an arrangement of cells, which is also known as a module. Okay? These modules are connected either in strings or arrays, series or parallel. So in the example that I gave you with the 8, how many parallel strings do I have? 0. How many in series? I've got 1 series string. I've got 8 modules in series. And number of panels, 8. So that's going to dictate how much voltage I'm expecting. Let's say I've got 2 8 strings in parallel. What's my total number of panels? 16. How many are in series? 8. Number of parallel strings, 2. Then you add your DC battery combiner box, fireman switch, etc. as required. That's why there's space for other. You don't just have to do what is documented there, you add what is unique to your installation. Okay. Storage units installed, number of units in parallel, units in series. DC combiner box is just a basic example of a standard DC combiner box. Do I have one? Yes, 1. If it's more intricate than that, document. But you're basically looking at your components that are installed. You know, I've got more MPPTs, so forth, I can document it. This is where a lot of people get confused. So now you're referring to safety devices. And if you look at this, you've got basic safety devices, and this is specific to a grid-tied system with no battery. If you do have batteries, in other here, you will be putting in your DC, your fuse disconnection for your battery here, indicate number of and rating. Alternatively, attach it or mention it in comments. Okay, but starting at the top, AC disconnectors. This is the disconnection from your inverter to ensure that you can disconnect the supply fit from your inverter. Number of and rating, 1, 25 amp. RCD protection, aka earth leakage protection. Some inverters have them inbuilt intrinsically into the devices, so that you would document that it's inbuilt, blah, 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 blah. Or if I've got an external unit, what is the unit that's external? You've already mentioned it's 30 milliamps. Maybe it might be a 25 amp, 30 milliamps, and you're using it as a disconnect. DGSL and disconnecting device. This is the second time we're asking you for this disconnecting device. And at the bottom here is an example of a 20 amp unit dead grid safety lock, which will add about 10 grand to your installation. Inside here is 2 contactors, which are connected in series. And your supply basically goes through them. When your supply authority de-energizes and your anti-idling kicks in, both of these contactors open. If for some reason your supply kicks in again, one of the contactors will close, so it won't feed back to the grid. Okay. But yeah. Sarel?
Hi, Anthony. I have a question. Let's say you have an installation, a small installation, let's say a 50 kilowatt installation, but you're running from a supply that's maybe 1,000 amps. Now, to put 2 1,000 amp contactors in is going to cost a tremendous amount of money. So, is it possible to put like a small rotary switch at your point of control at ESCOM?
You would have to
can
verify
switch
with your
off
supply
2
authority.
smaller-
Some supply
Okay.
authorities would accept it, some would not. I know ESCOM pushes on this automatic disconnection. Some supply authorities do accept a manual disconnector.
Yeah, but like a smaller one instead of putting, because I know some people put one right next to the main point of control, another your own point of control. But I mean, to put another 1,000 amp one or something is ridiculous. If you just install a smaller type of system, you can just put one next to your inverter that's much more cost effective and smaller, which you can control with a control wire from your point of control with, let's say, a small rotary switch that just cuts out your two contactors.
100%. There are cost-effective means, but you'd have to propose that to the supply authority. It's their special requirement. This.
Okay.
It's a special requirement from your supply authority. That's why I say DGSL isn't compulsory, but it is a requirement from certain municipalities, and I know ESCOM drives it because it's their own device made by their own people, but it's not compulsory everyone. Okay. Then DC overcurrent, that's your DC fuses on your panels, number of and rating, so 10, 20 amps or whatever. DC disconnectors, where's your isolator for your PV panels? Is it a breaker or is this a combination of circuit breakers? Either or. Now, if I have a battery here, I would say DC battery fuse disconnector, and then just number of and rating. Remember, this is designed for the minimum, which is a grid-tied system with panels only. So add more. Okay. Then it's got a little section where it asks you around documents. Now, this is extremely important from my side. Put the reference number of your documents in. I mean, if you've got a certificate from a builder, put it in. Structural certificates. If you've done a structure, where's the engineer certificate for that? Emergency switching documents. So in a lot of cases where the user might have to de-energize, put in a switching procedure. Data sheets for your equipment, put it in. Installer information. Put your installer information as part of your CoC, so that if in case of emergencies, they've got everything accessible to them. Yeah, they've got information on the front of the CoC of who tested it, but let's say there's other guys in your company who do the maintenance as opposed to just the registered person. Put those details in there so that they have a path forward. Okay. Reference the documents. Now, section 4 is exactly the same as stands on 142. The only special one is point number 2, which is your supplier's bylaws and requirements adhered to. So have you checked with your suppliers regarding your supplying bylaws and everything? And have you made sure you've adhered to them? With regards to your labeling, there is special labels in SAN 60364 that do need to be attached, like your little house, etc. Section 4, testing. Now, very important. If I look at the testing here, and if I look at the testing in the normal test report, the same testing methods are used. I'm just testing specific stuff. I'm still testing bonding. I'm still testing earthing. I'm still testing voltage. I'm still testing a loop. I'm still testing an elevated voltage. I'm still testing insulation resistance. I'm still testing a voltage. I'm still testing a voltage. So it's the same test, just specialized. They're specific to PV. So here I'm verifying that the continuity of the bonding of my panels and conductor frames is compliant. Yes. Resistance of earth continuity conductor and all points of consumption is it compliant? Yes. Same thing we've gone through. So here I would make sure all the bonding and earthing of my panels is done correctly. Open circuit voltage. Now, open circuit voltage on my storage system. I can measure it, or I can document it as VOC. Charging voltage of my storage system. Now, this is what is coming out of your inverter. Verify it. Neutral loop impedance at your main switch. Is it on here? No, it's done. You do a main switch to your inverter and your PSCC of your inverter. Elevated voltage. Now this is testing underneath your inverter to test whether or not there's an elevated voltage produced by it. Insulation resistance of your AC and your DC conductors. Because I've already covered the insulation resistance, how to test it. Voltage dB of your alternative supply. So what is my alternative supply giving and what is my alternative supply giving under full load conditions? Open circuit voltage of my PV strings. So what voltage am I expecting under no load? And on load for my PV strings. That's basically just to verify a volt drop on your PV strings. It's more an efficiency question than anything else. PSCC on battery banks. Calculated, measured, or from your supplier. Calculated, meaning you use the calculation method either in SANS 10142 or similar. Or measured it. So you do get battery testers, but believe me, they are expensive when you get to lithium. Lead acid is quite easy. You can get like a $900 tester that will test it short circuit for you. Supplier or manufacturer. This is where you go to your supply authorities, your supplier of your equipment, and you ask them for their PSCC and they'll stipulate it to you. Some manufacturers do have it. The reality is that we become more available the more people ask for it. But I do realize it is limited by the BMS, all of that type of stuff. But it is important because your switchgear must be rated to a standard in case of a fault condition. Polarity of your DC cables is positive, positive, negative, negative, or they marked correctly. All switching devices make and break circuits. And here's the fourth rendition. Grid connect disconnect requirements are complied with, so you've tested it. You've again got space for comments and parts not covered. And then section 5, your responsibility. Now, on the final document, single phase tester was removed. This was old image of it. So SPT is off there. So it's name, registration, type of registration, signature date, and telephone number. Typical attachments you have to this document are as before. You can attach drawings, anything, but things that are crucial for this document. If you did not do the design, get the design declaration completed. If you did not do the construction, like where you had somebody do the structures, you had somebody do the panel installations for you, big sites where you've got multiple small contractors doing multiple small jobs, get them to take responsibility for their work through the construction declaration. Material specifications. Material specifications. If you do not buy the material and your user bought his own material, or you were supplied the material by a contracted service, indicate it and get them to sign it off. Maintenance information. Always attach your maintenance information to your CoC. Single line diagram, design specifications and agreements. Any agreements you've got with the user, put it in. I want to tell you the biggest thing to put in is your agreement on what this thing must bloody well do. A scope of work, as Leon has previously stated, where this system is designed to back up X amount of lights, X amount of plugs, and this is its responsibility. This is what it was designed for. Anything outside of this, it is not designed for. So when you get there and they're stating, this thing is illegal, it's not designed correctly, blah, 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 you state it was designed as per agreement, and you've got proof thereof. Okay, very important, because most complaints around PV is, number one, the thing isn't operating correctly, or it's not performing to what they expected or doing what they wanted it to do, and so forth, or the insurance rejected their CoC. Additionally important is your structural certificates. Something you must realize is if you don't get somebody to calculate whether or not the roof can handle the panels, you have to either put in a declaration that you tell the user to get the weight authorized, or you must attach a certificate. So you either have a declaration or a waiver for the user, because that's what the building regulations require.
Remember, this goes back to what we say that the electrical contractor signs in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. So the contractor is still liable for it.
Yeah.
Whether he likes it or not, he signs that he is responsible for it.
Yep. Okay. So make sure you attach documents to your PV installation. Any questions?
Hi, Anthony. How are you?
Good, and you?
What are things? Sorry, man. I wanna go back to the main CoC, to the CoC, where you tie the generator with the main DB box, and then you said you need to do additional CoC for the journey. So what you basically will do is you're gonna change over to the generator and do all the testing, even the PCC and the loop tester on the generator.
Yes.
I mean, okay.
So you'll do all your tests running from the generator.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I had before, I don't know if it was an old regulation. It was stipulating that you cannot do a CoC on the generator. Maybe I'm confused with something.
No, that's in generator in lieu of a supply. It's typically with RDP houses where Eskom wants to energize a house. A lot of guys were connecting a 5 kVA generator, doing all their tests, and then they were energizing the house with a different supply.
Oh, okay, cool, thanks. I was confused with that, yeah. Okay, cool, thank you.
Yeah, you must always just remember you have to test all the boards feeding off the generator again. Test report for all the boards, not just on the Jenny.
Yeah, okay, yes, yeah, that I know, yeah, cool. Yeah.
So do we use the same test report of the other test report that we use for sub-DBs? So do you use the test report as sub-DB to test the generator?
Yes, because remember, you've only got an AC portion on your generator.
Yes, we have that, yes.
I did raise my hand, but obviously didn't see. My question goes back quite a while. So my question is like this. So you're dealing with a client with, say, 500 branches or outlets. They don't really know what their CoCs are, and they obviously expect you to do certain work for them. And they want CoCs for whatever work you do there. How do you approach that? Because, I mean, you don't know what the original CoC is. They just want the CoC for the portion you've done. Or maybe you install, like in this case, an inverter with a battery as a backup. But they only want a CoC for that portion. How do you go about it? Is it legal? Is it illegal?
Leon, you answered it before. You can answer it again.
Okay, so in the EIR 993, if I remember correctly. It says that you shall not issue a certificate of compliance if there is any fault on any part of the installation. Now, to me, if there's no certificate, that's already a fault. So you can't issue a certificate just on the portion that they're asking you to give that certificate on. So yeah, so this goes back to the beginning where we said if they want you to install a PV installation and you need to issue a certificate, you can't issue an initial certificate because the initial certificate is for the existing part of the installation. So you need to do a initial certificate first before you can do a supplementary certificate. The supplementary certificate is for any additions and alterations. If there's no initial, you can't do a supplementary.
If you do work on that site, even though it's one of your biggest clients with, like I said, 500 outlets out there, and you add an inverter or you place a lot of lights there and they don't have an initial certificate, do you report them? Because obviously you're going to lose the contract, or I don't know. Am I correct if I say that?
Give them an Annexure H with the test reports that you issue, but on the Annexure H say you can't issue a certificate because there isn't a certificate that you can reference.
You can give them a test
the work.
certificate.
Someone else is going to do it.
They're going to give you, you can give them a test certificate for what you've done, but you cannot provide them with a certificate of compliance. Will that work?
Also a little bit of a catch-22. The consultant case. Because the regulation also says that you shall issue a certificate for at least the work that you've done.
The problem is that
that's what I'm referring to a test certificate, but
so it makes it a little bit difficult.
Because these guys are a little bit stubborn, and I don't know really what to answer on any level. But I also want to cover myself and stay within the law. So that's why I'm saying, if I ask me to install an inverter with a battery, but that's it, nothing else, let somebody else do the rest of the work, what do you do?
A big site or just a small site?
Some is big, some is small.
Big sites there's a simple solution, and that's you use 10.4 of the agreement, and you make a safety plan through it, where you come to an agreement with the user or lessor. You make a safety plan of increasing the safety of the electrical installation going forward, and then you agree to them on, okay, it's a continuous project for the next 2 years. We're gonna get you to a point of issuing a complete initial CoC at the end, because then your project isn't completed. Then your work's not done. Then what you would do is you break your installation into that big installation into small initials, like they do with factories, where each small little piece makes together the whole. So you sign off the supply to the installation. Then you do this, then you do that, then you do that. But you have it under a contracted agreement so that your work's technically not done, which is another way that you can, it's kind of twisting just the law in your favor, because your work's not technically done. But you're issuing for the portions that you've done.
With a plan of a safety plan of action. That's actually what you do.
You utilize 10.4. You tell them, you are responsible for the safety, transfer the safety. Here's a specified time period, which is what 10.4 speaks about in any way. And then you give them a plan of action going forward. That's one way to do it. And that's one of the ways that schools and stuff like that are slowly but surely growing their safety of the installations throughout, because a lot of old schools don't have COCs. And a lot of schools don't have the budget to do a COC in 1 year. So they do it over 2 years, and they do it gradually in portions. And then at the end, they'll get a COC for the entire installation. That way you've got a project. That's one way to
Thank
do
you,
it.
Anthony.
But yeah, you can chat about that till you're blue in the face. There's a case for everyone. You just have to make sure that you cover your bases. And that's basically what Leon is saying, is cover your bases. Make sure you are safe. Make sure your side is covered. Because not only is it in your interest, but it's also in the user's interest.
No, for sure.
Because
For sure, but
you want money from this oak, man.
yeah, it's not oak. It's big companies with big. On my side, I've got guys telling me what to do, and on the other side, I've got big companies that also doesn't want to do whatever. But I think I do have the answer. Because I've
given you a
I'm at the
solution.
point where I don't want to do the work anymore.
I've given you a solution.
Thank
And
you,
I
sir.
hope that I've scared you enough that you don't ever issue a COC in your life, but scared you
Hi,
enough
what's
so
up?
that you issue a COC safely.
Hi.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Are you?
Yeah, what about us now? Phone Alex. Yeah, but everything you need to write on the group. So Geraldine wants to see all the communication. Talk to me, son, but yeah, son. So phone Alex. No, yeah, but write on the group also, say what they need.
Okay. Is there any other questions that we can close off and I can tell you? So this recording, just before we close off and take the last question, we're going to take one more question. I think Jogs has his hand up now for quite a long time. So the recording I will make available on the drive for the cover to cover guys. So they'll be able to get it at their normal place. But for everyone else, I'll be uploading it to Vimeo so that you guys can have access to it and review it as you guys require. The various WhatsApp groups and stuff like that. There's a lot of WhatsApp groups. There's a lot of stuff like that. We'll share the link and the password to the various groups that were invited to this event.
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yeah, you.
Hello? Yes. Firstly, thank you for offering up the last 5 hours of your Saturday. Really, really appreciate it. At the end of the day, would it be possible to formulate maybe a document or a video or something like that with the tough question? I think everyone on this group today is attending and is capable of filling out a compliance certificate. Otherwise, there wouldn't really be much of a reason to be here. Obviously, having done their unit standards and whatnot. So I think it's more the nitty gritty and the tough questions are the ones that one would want to be covering. And, for example, if you had to take let's go with a small factory with 5 meter high roofs and three-phase supply 600 amps or something like that. Now to go do a compliance certificate in there, if you had to go get a random guy from any old electrical contracting company, they walk in and they do it for, let's call it 2,000 Rand. They're in and out within 3-4 hours. The thing is, the way I was trained under unit standards, it was a matter of you have to disconnect every single ballast on your light fittings, which would require cherry pickers, scaffoldings, that things. Open every socket outlet, open every switch, to size and compatibility and, that sort of thing. Is one not backing themselves into a corner where you're not going to get any work at the end of the day if you do a compliance certificate absolutely correctly to the T? And I think that's the big question that a lot of us are actually wondering about, because I've spoken to a number of electrical contractors and they're quite happy to do it, but Yes, thank you.
The short answer to that is quantity versus quality.
Absolutely, but
And
my clients
I know
are
contractors
going
that
to go for
charge-
the lowest price, probably.
I know contractors that charge $6,000 for a CoC, and I know contractors that charge 400 Rand for a CoC inspection. Both get
No,
work.
no, exactly.
Both get work. But the contractor that charges his fair share for his
Right.
inspection fee never loses money. And it's a preemptive thing, and it's the thing that I've always taught everybody.
Okay.
Charge for your time. The average cost of a CoC, it should not be $400 because your liability behind it.
Exactly. No, absolutely agreed. Yeah.
And that narrative will only change with education.
Yes, absolutely. But clients aren't educated in the field. That's the issue that I have.
100%.
Is that a client doesn't necessarily know that, so they'll go for the cheapest quote at the bottom of the pile type of thing. And then the other question I have, I was grilled by Overberg Municipality not too long ago regarding a CoC I did for them. I ticked the TNS box instead of TNCS as I could not determine where the cable was even coming from. So I had done that, which automatically put up flags for them. Western Cape, all installations need to be TNCS at the moment. So they saw it and spotted it from a mile away. But in the same breath, the guy picked up that my PSC reading was tested with an instrument. So he immediately said on a 1,200 odd amp supply that I obviously was not capable of measuring it with an instrument and it needed to be calculated or derived from supply as with the tick boxes on the CoC. Now, the issue that I have with that is you guys now flagged today that I'm not going to necessarily get that information from the supplier. So one would have to calculate it. But if you don't know where the cable runs, one of the calculation points in there is the length of the cable. I mean, they could have coiled up 100 meters underneath the driveway because generally they'll bury it under tar or asphalt or whatever it might be. You're never really going to know what's happening there. So how do you actually calculate your PSC if you can't get it from supplier and you can't measure it?
For the calculation is the lack of information.
Yes. Anyways, yeah, so I thought I'd just bring that up. It's some of the tough points that people sometimes face, and it really can be difficult at times.
No, it definitely is. But the questions that you have brought up is specific arguments that have been around forever. What the argument around cost? Do you buy a P series or do you buy a Hilux? Both do the same job, but you pay for quality. And a lot of clients I see pay for quality. So you need to charge for the clients you want, not the clients you have always.
Sure.
You must also not.
It's scary though.
It's very scary. But
it is cock scary because just like you almost with your last words that you guys said, probably be the last time anyone signs off a CoC. And I can tell you, when Overberg Municipality contacted me, that was something that definitely throws a spanner in the works when you're having someone actually grilling you over something you've signed off, and not maliciously, but something just out of purely mistake. So yeah, I think. But what I'm getting at though is it would be great to have a course or something that bites into the difficult questions, the ones, you know, aside from filling your name in and where you sign on the dotted line, that type of thing, on the CoCs
so you want to have a Q&A session? So the first problem is
the thing is I don't know what all the questions are. Where I think you guys have been subjected to so many of the nice meaty ones that are the ones that we tend to face in scenarios where we weren't expecting them. I think that's the best way to put it. You know,
those will need to be raised. So
yeah,
for a Q&A session like that, answering contractors' questions and stuff like that, that is easy to arrange. But the thing that we need is the questions. So if you start gathering questions and sending them through to myself and Leon, and we can probably arrange a session like that quite easily. Or we can do a write-up about it, or something that we're going to be doing frequently from the ECA side because we've now got 5 additional technical advisors, is we're going to start taking all the commonly asked questions from the industry and start writing more frequent commonly asked questions, answers, and all of that type of stuff. So if you've got the questions, send them through. We gladly answer them. But yeah, but the key is we need the questions asked in order to answer them. There is gaps in the EIR, I admit that. Anybody who's ever read the EIR will see it. Because the EIR changes language halfway through as well, where it's once extensions, repairs, and all sorts of stuff. It doesn't make 100%, but the reality is you have to operate with it under a reasonable approach as well.
Sure. Then would you guys mind explaining who the ECA is and what they actually do? Because I was always under the impression they're more of a union neutralizer for labor relations and that sort of thing, with the ability for you guys for guys to ask questions should they be in trouble or whatnot. Which is not exactly something as myself as an individual. I operate a single person business. I'm actually industrial automation where I do PLC work, that type of thing. Obviously trying to always better myself, but joining the ECA, even though I'm a registered contractor, would it even be necessary if I haven't got staff? I've looked at it before.
Our main function is the labor relations governance, because we are a bloody a union. We're a party union to the bargaining council, but we do have a lot of various categories of membership, and you would fall under one of the categories where you do not have employees. And we've got a lot of members who are under that because they simply want the technical assistance and technical advice. So the ECA as a whole, it's one of its core functions is that labor relations, because we're the only registered labor relations body for contractors. And we need the support in order to continue doing that, 100%. But the additional functions of the ECA is you as a member get additional other services as well, like your technical advice, contractual advice. I mean, if you're stuck on a site and you need guidance or whatever, I've met many contractors on site and assisted them with guidance. If users complain about a contractor, we can sit as a mediator or as an assistant party to that complaint. Labor side, if you've got employees, we've got labor lawyers who can assist you all the way through to labor court as a party to yourself. So there's a lot of various things that do happen. You get reduction in training costs and everything. We do a lot of training projects, so you might even get apprentices if you need them from the training projects at no cost to you, and all sorts of stuff like that. So there's various things that we do. But the main thing is representativity. We represent on SABS, we represent at DOL, we represent at DHET on behalf of the contractors concerned. So that's why you raise the concerns to the ECA, and the ECA takes it to its committees, and it works, and it takes it to these various committees that they have.
Awesome. Anthony, just another thing. I went to an electrical in Durban many years ago, and I stood up there and I asked the people, why do we pay for unit standard or for our standards? To me, it's a bit like putting a plastic bag or garbage bag over a stop sign and a traffic cop giving you a fine for not stopping at it because you didn't know it was there. Surely laws regarding safety and things of that nature should be available free of charge to persons 100%. Conducting those things. So and I stood up in front of it, and it was all the big cananes. It was the big ones, all the chief inspectors and things in City of Cape Town and whatnot, and they all sat with a mouthful of teeth, and then they said something about it's controlled by SABS or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's still a digital document. It costs them nothing to email it or just to put it out on the web and make it available.
So we are currently having this fight in SABS at the moment. where
Oh,
we
that's
are,
fantastic. You guys
where
are
we are-
awesome.
where we are trying to get them to do what the American NECs do, where they make them available freely online.
Oh,
So you
that's
can
great.
go
Because I
look
mean, there's so many of them that we aren't, I'm not even sure exactly which ones we should be abiding by at the end of the day. I mean, there's probably at least 3 or 4 that I at least stick to, but I'm sure there's a heck of a lot more out there that we're not
There's
aware of.
plenty. There's
That-
plenty.
Exactly.
But
And how do you know which ones you?
But the reality is that it should be free if it's a legislated document, like what SANS 101 for
There you
2.
go.
We are all fighting for it. And unfortunately, it is controlled by SABS, who is an entity of the department, but it's not funded by the department. It still gets privately funded as well, through the verification of equipment and all that type of stuff. So
Sure.
standard sales for them is a massive thing. And unfortunately, we might not have SABS much longer, just to let you know, because they are in financial troubles. So if they do liquidate and move over to IEC, in which case we can do similarly what NEC does. We just need, this is why we need representativity. Any association or any body that sits on that standards guidance committee can guide along that, because we are part of the vote.
Right.
You
Awesome.
see?
But once again, thank you guys. I really appreciate your time.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. I'm going to close the session. Let the recording start working so I can upload it and send it out. Thank you. I hope you guys learned something. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's a Saturday.
Baie dankie julle, Anthony and everybody.
Baie dankie julle.
Thank you so much.
Thanks guys, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Appreciate all that.